Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining me this evening. Sorry for the late start. I literally lost track of time editing a video. Then I had a phone call just before stream. But thank you for joining me, everyone. Let's go to wide shot start. Yeah, welcome. Fix this lighting a little bit. Yeah. How's everyone going this evening? Yeah, it's been a bit since I did a model. I kind of wasn't feeling it on Thursday last week, so I decided to keep playing some Oblivion. Hey, storyteller, welcome. Thank you for joining me. Yeah, really wasn't feeling it too much on Thursday last week, so I decided to keep playing some Oblivion. But figured I'll get back in the model building this week, and we'll, finish off what we got. We got the legs and the waist done on this guy. And compared to where we were on the first stream of Death Scythe over here, we actually managed to get an extra leg done compared to what we did in one stream on that guy. So I'm thinking we can probably finish him today. We have similar speed. It really comes down to how complex that dragon arm is, but I kind of think I'm going to pretty much stream until I got this done regardless, even if it requires me to go a little later than usual. But yeah, that's the plan for today. So I'm pretty much just going to get right into it. Let there be light. Nice. So yeah, off stream I got together a stand, put the legs we had. Oh yeah, let me get this focus figured out before we get too deep in this. Anchor points figured out. Put it down here, yeah. There. That should be pretty good for small parts focus, but let me just take a quick look here. Oh yeah. Especially when I get the light on it good, that shows detail nicely. Perfect. Yeah, I'm jumping one of my cameras back and forth between my camera setup, so I'm not 100% if everything's exactly the same. If anything seems off, let me know. Yeah, I did take your advice there and use the contact strips. It was my plan anyway, but it actually worked pretty good. As I mentioned, it's a little shaky because it's soft rubber like foot on it that's kind of has some give, so it has some jiggle. But it's actually not moving anywhere, and I've actually bumped it a couple times off stream, and it seems to be pretty centered where I left it, so that is good. Yeah, no, that's pretty much dead on where I had it before. Starting the stream niblet update for this one. This one has a lot more blues, like brighter colors in it than the last one. I'll show it after my break, because I actually forgot to get it together, but I picked up some of the small little clear plastic shot glasses, and then those seem like those would be a good way to store the different models pieces until I figure out what I want to do with them. If I come up with a really good idea for it too, I also save the sprues so I have more of the same colors. But that's something we will figure out. Yeah, as I said, I'm just going to be putting the chest, arms, head, and weapons and stuff on this guy today. He should end up like that. As I said, his arm basically transformed into like a dragon head that it like extends. So I wonder how complex that will actually be. So it'll be interesting to see. So I don't think I've really done anything like that too much. But for today, we're going to start with the chest. Which I think was actually the very first step you were supposed to start with. Indeed. Yeah, I'm just going to jump right into it. Kind of got warmed up putting that stand together before stream, so I've also put more thought into where I'm going to go with what I plan to do for painting for these things, because I definitely want to get into painting, because this is how hard. Oh, let me just take it off the model here. This is one part Shuts actually mentioned specifically. You can see how much actual detail is actually like imprinted into this piece, but because it's all the same color, it kind of doesn't pop out all that much on like a wide view. So what I'll probably go in and doing is paint like parts of these sections different colors to give it much more contrast, and hopefully make it look pretty good. And they make specific paints meant for these models, but it's quite expensive stuff. and it has a lot of like surface additives and stuff like that to give it a good sheen at the end. So because of that, you can't actually like thin it with normal water. You have to use specific thinners to properly thin it down. So I'm thinking I'll probably just pick up some regular craft acrylic paint and use that, because that'll allow me to, at least up to a certain point, water it down with water. And especially where I'm just learning, I don't think I really need the super expensive stuff to do, especially when my technique will be determining the quality more than the actual quality of the materials. One or two. Yeah, this stream really snuck up on me. I had meant to kind of get a little more prep in beforehand, but I mentioned before, I showed that clip on my last Oblivion stream of the little bit I'm planning to edit down to a proper video for YouTube, and I've been doing dynamic captions. I basically went through and watched a bunch of tutorials and got like 2 or 3 different dynamic caption kind of animation techniques. I've kind of been clobbering together to figure out how it exactly works, and going through and doing that. And before I knew it, it was like 5:30. Then I had a call with something with my mother, actually. It really surprised me when after I got off that call, I looked at the time and it was like 5:30. It was like, oh hell, there goes all my prep time. Yeah. Yeah, I've been getting pretty okay results. It's definitely time intensive to start with, but I think once I get used to what I'm doing, because it seems like once you actually get into it, it's just a fair amount of repetitive work. I think once I get down pat what all the parameters do and like the order of operations of how to get things set up, it should speed up significantly. Yeah, I'm hoping to have that video up by this weekend. I'm about like 20% through the captioning. I have some effects and other stuff I want to add to it. Yeah, it's been fun learning those tutorials. I haven't really sat down and gone through like a fully like expansive tutorial for the editing software. I mostly just, as I want to do stuff, I kind of look at tutorials on how to do those individual things, and build my knowledge base that way. Might not be the best way to do it, but I feel like what I do understand, I understand way better than if it was all just dumped on me all at once. Just hope it's not building up bad habits. Yeah, beyond that, I've kind of just been looking ahead a bit, because I thought I had quite a bit of backlog of these, but I actually started going through them pretty quick. So, and I have a bunch of the ones I have on my backlog are ones I want to save for when I get an affiliate. So yeah, that's basically what I plan to do, is my kind of celebration for hitting affiliate. It's going to be playing through Armored Core and building the Armored Core mechs. And I have a couple of those on hand, but I only have 2 other models after this guy, besides that. So I've started hunting around and looking at what I might want to pick up next. I definitely have, I've settled on probably about a half dozen or so I'm probably interested in. I'm trying to buy as many of them as possible through my local store, because I've actually been super impressed with the local store where I live. It's very rare to have like a local hobby shop that actually seems to have a very good like inventory system on their website that actively reflects what they have in stock. Like it seems very reliable that you can look at what they have in stock on the website and it accurately reflects what they have on hand in the shop. Plus, it's nice. They have a lot of the hobby shops are doing it now, but they basically have like a private warehouse system where I can basically like put stuff on hold and they'll hold it for 2 months. So I can basically, as stuff comes out, I can like kind of piecemeal together an order that's big enough that it qualifies for their free shipping, rather than having to make one big huge bulk purchase. I can make a couple small purchases over the months. Oh, okay. Looks like I just got to do that exact same thing again. Oh, I knocked his hand right off. I'll fix that later. Yeah, unfortunately, they use like a private courier rather than our postal office up here. And I've had pretty negative experiences with this private courier. The last time I had an order basically for this stuff, some of the Armored Core models I had ordered. It said it was going to be here on a Monday, and on Friday, it like updated at like 4 a.m. saying, "Oh, it'll be here today," and then they tried to deliver it at like 6:45 a.m. No, I should actually try to be fair and accurate. I think they tried to deliver it at 8 a.m., but I still didn't wake up till 9 a.m., so I didn't see the first update, let alone the attempted delivery. So I had to go down to my local craft store to pick them up. It wasn't the worst excuse to get out, which I don't have a huge amount of right now. But still would have been nice if you could have just came to my house like I paid for. Yeah, and it sucks because I was actually being like super diligent watching that particular order, because the previous time they had I had almost missed it, and I had managed to basically like call them as soon as I got the delivery order and got them to rearrange it. But this time they had already I think it worked out because I think they had difficulty finding my place the first time. So it was a combination of them not being able to find the place and me not realizing they were trying to deliver it worked out in my favor, and I was able to get them to just put it back on the truck and try again. But this time they left a like failed to deliver notice, and I actually had to go down and pick it up. We'll get a little off camera there. Just my seat position. Also trying to start to think about what I want to play next. I wouldn't mind trying some like shorter, smaller games for a little bit and kind of mix them in with Oblivion. So I have a lot of Oblivion left for sure. I have been enjoying playing that, so I'm definitely going to keep playing that at least once or twice a week. But I wouldn't mind having another slot where I kind of just rotate out a much shorter scale game. Maybe sometimes play a multiplayer game I'm interested in. As I mentioned, because I'm kind of trying to keep in mind what I have in my backlog for models, like I've been considering maybe only doing one of these model building streams a week to kind of stretch it out until I can do that Armored Core stuff I want to do. So the rate I'm going, I'll probably hit that before I can do those. So I either need to pick up more models or maybe only do one of them a week. Him and Han. Plus, I have been enjoying playing games more than I kind of expected, so I wouldn't mind doing that like 3 times a week. Especially if I do like 2 longer games and 1 shorter game in a rotation. But nothing in particular has jumped out at me for games. Expedition 33 looks really good, but I kind of don't want to jump into like a longer form game at the same time as Oblivion. I saw Annapurna, the publisher, had a new game out. It's not by the same people who did Outer Wilds, but it's done by the same people who did like quadrilatical cowboy and flotilla and like Atom Zombie Smasher and a couple other like small indie games that I remember playing because they came in like humble bundle. I remember those all being fairly good, and the aesthetic was really good from the few videos of it I saw. What is it called? It's called like Deep Space or Deep Fake, or I'll look up the title during my break to make sure. Saw another streamer playing it. Oh, it's my mouse. I probably eventually need to get like a actual proper wireless mouse. Good thing I got my phone here. It's almost as good. Oh, that's cool, storyteller. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to show that on. I just realized the camera's looking around at my phone. Sorry about that. But yeah, that's really cool. We'll check those out. As I said, I got those little shot glass things for now. I'll see how those actually end up working. But if I end up just wanting to use something to display it, I'll probably look for something much like what you posted. Okay, getting these fiddly little internal joints properly orientated. I think that's proper. Yep, looks good. Yeah, it's the nice thing with them when I'm over on the PC. That yeah, only have the one camera to really worry about, so I kind of forgot because I got so used to streaming over there. Yeah, I'll probably end up, especially seeing Chucks enjoy it so much on stream again, I'll probably end up sneaking at least a little segment as ECC in at some point to show off my account. I've pretty much run out of things to do with that game. I have like a very tiny amount of like super obscure achievements that could give me like the whole resource, but other than that, I literally think I've done and accomplished everything else in that game I can, which isn't a bad feeling. I'm basically just keeping up new content as it comes out. But oh, absolutely. But that was a nice thing I was thinking about with the shot glasses is when they're kind of stacked up, there seems to be enough of a gap between them that you can kind of fit have enough space to fit pretty much as much of the debris as I have. I'm looking for your 22 on neither of these screws in this one. Yeah, I did some research on some like craft stuff I could maybe do with those parts. I looked up and apparently it is a pain in the ass to actually like melt it down at any capacity. Apparently, like some of the components, like the internal frame components, like these gray pieces, melt down pretty okay, but any of the color pieces apparently have a fairly like strict melting point that you can burn pretty easily if you go beyond. And even then, to actually get like they apparently don't melt very well unless you actually have like proper like pressure negative forms for it. So what I'll probably end up doing is I'll probably end up just doing kind of like a sand art project probably, where I just have different layers for the different models I've done. But as I said, probably what I'll do for that is I'll probably go through the old excess sprues I have collected and chop them up so there's a significantly larger amount of mass to better give the color profile. Oh, absolutely. And that would actually be a nice memento because you'd be able to actually just kind of see my like model building progress through the colors. ideally you'd be able to look at it and be able to identify these screws are from this model based on the color schemas. Right there. Yeah, and as I mentioned, I've kind of been looking at other future models that would be good to build. Yeah, that probably wouldn't be bad. Yeah, actually, that's actually a really good idea. That'd be good for just like detail, like idle detail on the side of machinery. That would actually work probably pretty okay for that. I did actually have a little brainstorming session about that the other day. Thinking about it, I kind of like I looked up some prices for EVA foam, and it doesn't seem like too bad. So I'll probably just pick up a block just to practice some cutting techniques and painting techniques. I think I'll probably end up using the same acrylic paint I'll end up from painting these models for it. I found a really nice tutorial for it on Instructable, and it actually had some really nice tips. Like one of the tips they had is that you can seal the EVA foam with like plastic grip, the like stuff you can get at hardware stores that's for like dipping tools in to give them like plastic grips. Apparently that's really good at like sealing up the foam and actually giving it a bunch of like structural support. So I think I'll probably end up going with that, and then after that you put like a prime coat and your paint on top of that. Yeah, started thinking a little bit about my planning on that. I actually probably am going to try and dig down some like modeling software or something like that to do it. So I figure especially for like the bigger, like I'm planning to do like a Tau Fire Warrior for Warhammer, and like one of the main aspects of their armor is like it has like a big oversized like shoulder plate on one of the shoulders, and I was thinking I'd probably do that by doing a bunch of like doing a pair of L sections on either side to get the general shape of the plate, and then basically do like layers of more thinner foam on the actual face of the plate to build up like the detail in the different sections of the plate, and that way I could leave the like recesses in between the different sections that I built up on top, and I can even like dig out holes in the center or sections in the center that are open and leave those parts dark, kind of shading. I've started putting a little more planning thought into it. I don't think I'll get it ready for the season because I don't really want to rush it, but I think I'm going to start it this year and probably aim to do it next next convention season. Yeah, I said I was pretty happy with that like Violence from Chainsaw Man cosplay I did the other thing, but that was almost entirely just buying the pieces rather than actually making anything myself. So when I go through this with this, if I actually make that EVF foam, I'm actually gonna properly go through and like document the process so I can actually probably run it through some of their cosplay competition stuff and give that aspect of stuff a try. Yeah, and actually this stream will probably be a pretty essential part of that documentation. So I'll probably do a lot of my like learning and other processes on stream. Or at least do like periodic updates showing off my progress, but probably wouldn't hurt just to stream it while I'm working at it. So if someone wants to talk or give tips, they can. Oh, I learned. I just have to grab water. I'll drink this for now, and then I'll make sure to get water next time I need to use the washrooms. Yeah, that's most of what's been on my mind recently between streams. We're gonna take this way. This one. Here. Right? Sorry, I'm kind of mumbling to myself. One there. I see. To interpret the drawings. Nice. Okay. And same on the other side. That's our shoulder joints. And neck and pilot pod. Pilot chair. So it's here. Yeah, I think other than that, I watched a little bit of anime shuts the other day. That's about all it. Keeping up with Rock is a Lady's Modesty, and we started 2B Hero X, I think it's called. It's the one this season. Arthur's mentioned it a couple times, at least the shuts. It's like looks very much like Arcane. Apparently, it's like a completely separate studio, but they very much like took inspiration from Arcane for a lot of their animation. But it's interesting because it changes its animation style a lot. Like it uses a lot of 2D and very stylistic 2D sequences in between all the other stuff. Still not like wholeheartedly on board for it. It has a lot of really good like unexpected twists already. Like we watched like 2 episodes of it, and it's kind of where it's good and where I also have concerns about it. Is because it's had like 3 big unexpected twists in like the first 2 episodes, and already one of those was a dream. So, but the actual unexpected twists that actually happened were also like kind of intriguing and good plot points. So I'm kind of split on it, because if they keep doing that, where like almost half the stuff that's happening is not actually happening, I lose investment. Yeah, it's got kind of a weird concept that I was a little bit lost initially at first, but then once I kind of understood what was going on, I kind of was okay with it. It's very like the basic like world premise is it's very like corporatized and like celebrity superheroes, but like the actual superpowers the superheroes have are almost like directly tied to like their actual like popularity, and like the type of power they have is tied. Like there's an example, there was a girl who had teleportation was her power that she gained from, because basically when you become famous you gain a superpower is how this world works, from what I can kind of understand. But yeah, this girl basically has teleportation was the power she got, but she became like the like popular girlfriend to like the number one for one a super popular like pretty boy hero. She was his girlfriend, and it became him so overpowered. Basically, she could only ever teleport to his side because like her public perception was intrinsically tied to him. And it raised some pretty interesting concepts for how the power system in that world actually used or worked. Yeah, interested to see where it goes. As I said, it actually has some pretty interesting dramatic hooks. I just hope they don't keep baiting us constantly. And yeah, it flows through a lot of animation styles. It switches back between that very like high quality 3D animation arcane style and like very stylized 2D animation sequences. It's the 3D sequence are very you saw Arcane and asked to borrow their homework looking for sure. It's kind of hard, but oh, that's imitation is a serious form of flattery and all that. Nothing 3D almost looked as good as Arcane did. Especially start throwing like a stylistic 3D in there really helps with like the uncanny valley you get a lot. One more piece for the stone run. Yeah, I did. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they go for it. Because it has potential. Like the basic hook is due to reasons like a normal everyday dude ends up having to basically replace the top hero and pretend to be him. And it's the whole thing where the system is literally as people like believe he's him, he starts looking more and more like him, and weird stuff like that. Like the power system's really hard to get a hold of initially. We'll see if they actually try and do concrete explanations for stuff, but yeah. But he's ideally suited for it because he was like a PR person working at an advertising firm, basically making promo material for this exact superhero. So he's like actually knows the guy like super well and is actually like oddly knows how to present him to be popular even better than the original person did. Like it's neat. Like he's really good at pretending to be that guy. That's actually painting him in a better light than even he did at the point. Yeah, we still have. I think we only watched 2 episodes of that, so we still have quite a bit of that to watch. Oh, painting my Discord over and over. Silent. Yeah. Oh, dude. oh, hell yeah. We'll definitely watch that. Yeah, if you ever have resources for stuff like that, feel free to send it through. I said that I was actually kind of really happy to find that one instructable post because it actually is like real step by step and good at breaking down exactly what you need to do. Yeah, now we should be able to start stripping. Yeah, as I said, I was kind of in a rush to get everything set up, so I didn't have time to actually go through all of my apps and turn things on silent as I usually do. As I mentioned, this little setup's actually across the roof of my PC. I think eventually I'll probably get a proper like wireless mouse for over here, and that should make things a little easier. Right now I just have a keyboard with like a built-in mouse pad I've been using. Actually, probably the number one thing that really helped me when I was trying to like think and like plan out what parts I actually wanted to make for the contest for this cosplay I'm going to work on is actually just going around and looking at other people that cosplay the same thing, kind of seeing what they did that I liked, what they did that I didn't like. Yeah, but other than that, Rock's Latest Modesty has actually been pretty fun. It's basically a story of a bunch of girls at like a rich, like super rich girl school, basically starting a like heavy metal, not really heavy metal, but like basically like hard rock band. It's been pretty funny. I've been enjoying it quite a bit. They do real good crazy faces in that. Nice. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. Yeah, I'm probably gonna. I think I can accomplish everything I want with Eva Foam. Like I kind of actually have a pretty good idea of how I'll actually construct everything and build it. But once again, I'm a complete amateur at this, so maybe none of my ideas will actually work. But from what I've been thinking, it seems like it should. And as I said, it helped a lot going through and looking at other people who've cosplayed this character, seeing how they accomplished it and how it actually ended up looking in real life. But yeah, 3D printing would be good, especially for some of the like detail parts. Would probably make it a lot easier to make it look good. We're ready to construct. Yeah. Okay, chair goes. Oh, I should put the guy in his chair, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should do that. It'll probably be a pain to get him in there after, even though I don't really care about the little pilot dude. Screw with that on. C, right? Yeah, C117. G2. This one just missed it. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I don't think, from how I'm kind of planning to attach a lot of the stuff, I don't think I'll need to sew too much. But it might help. Might end up doing some stuff around like the waistline that might need some sewing. So I'll keep that in mind, Storyteller. Thank you very much. I was thinking I'll probably use a combination of like one buckle strap for like security, for kind of giving it an anchor point, and then just kind of, especially for like the shoulder parts, and then there's like a thigh plate I have to do. I think I'll mostly do one buckle point kind of at the center to secure it, and then just use elastics, kind of put an elastic part I can kind of just slide my arm to kind of keep grips on the extra edges of it without being too tight, giving it a lot of give and flex. That way it's not transferring too much actual stress to the part. It's only really tightly anchored at one point. It shouldn't flex the other parts too badly. Oh, almost put him in his chair. Once again. Clean up his shoulder. Good. Yeah, I'll probably at least try and do as much of that on stream once I get going. As I said, I think my very first step is the place I'll probably end up getting all my EVA foam through. Sells like basically like foot by like 9-inch block of the stuff. So I'll probably, that's like, I think 40 millimeters thick. So I'll probably just get that and practice some cutting and forming techniques on it. Like I said, with how I'm planning to do some of the bigger pieces, I think I'll get away with using pretty thin foam overall. I shouldn't need actually to use those big blocks too much, but I think for the helmet, that's probably what I'll end up doing. Is I'll probably get one of those big blocks and basically carve off like sections that I build up on either side of the helmet to form the helmet overall. I think I'm probably just gonna end up getting like a dirt bite helmet or something like that that actually has a faceplate and build most of the helmet on that faceplate so I can hopefully raise it up and down as I need to. Because ideally, I don't want to have to like take off too much of the actual cosplay if I want to actually have like visibility to look around and walk around. That's one thing I kind of came away from my first cosplay experience with the determination is like any cosplay I do, I kind of want it to be able to like easily expose my face so I don't have to be constantly relying on someone to lead me around. If I need to move through the area, I can raise my mask and go around without taking the costume apart. And at least some of the ones cheap like dirt bike helmets I looked at around here, I for sure probably wouldn't trust these helmets to actually act as a helmet to save my life, but as a cosplay prop they'll be just fine. But yeah, there's some cheap dirt bike helmets online I found that I can probably just build up all the EVA foam over the face shield part of it and have it so it'll actually slide up and down without hopefully scraping on the helmet itself too much. It's nice that the actual design of the helmet I'm going to be building works for that, where it's mostly a like face plate and a top plate without there's not very much build up here. This part is actually like exposed. It's just a face plate and a top part basically. So hopefully with that I should just be able to slide the whole thing up and down like that on the helmet. Oh hell yeah, that's super useful. Yeah, I only kind of like seriously started. I had put a little bit of thought into how I would do it, but I only this last week or so started actually like looking at the materials I'll pick up and trying to think about how I would actually turn those materials into what I want. These the side parts not lining up. I see. Why this was having so much trouble coming together. Yeah, if they have a ton of helmet builders, that's super useful. That's definitely the part is probably the Vegas in my mind is how I'll actually accomplish that. As I said, I was kind of thinking about basically acting as if the helmet was cut in half and then cut into vertical strips or horizontal strips like this. And basically that way I could basically build the strips up on either side of the helmet and glue them together and glue them to the helmet and then glue the top part on top. And basically sanded it down before I prime it so it looks like a solid piece once it's all together. Because that was kind of my main concern of the whole thing when I was kind of thinking about what I would actually have to do to build it. Is I was afraid of like actually having to basically like carve out big chunks out of the part. Because that's the part I'm probably the least confident I'll be able to do in a way that looks good. But especially for like the shoulder plate and stuff that I was thinking about, when I came up with that idea of just basically like layering thin strips up to make a plate, it seems like it should work out pretty good. Yeah, and I'll basically just I think I'll probably be able to get away with, especially if I'm using material that's like about that thick or so, from what I can tell from most of the like high density stuff seems to be about that in that size range. I think I can basically just do like 2, maybe 3 layers, and just every higher layer I basically narrow it down so it actually slopes into a proper like plate look. PC3. Yeah, it's been fun brainstorming stuff like that. Yeah, I kind of really haven't thought if I'm gonna do anything for this year's convention season. I still have all the parts from my last cosplay, and I thought of a pretty easy way I could update it. I could just, if I, it would require me to learn some face painting skills though, and I don't really know if I want to go through that hassle. So I pretty much take my cosplay from last year and tie in like a zombie face makeup with it. It would actually work pretty good, I think. But I just have to learn to see if I can actually manage to do that good. But I'm starting to think that's probably what I do, because thinking more on what I want to do for this other cosplay, I think I want to give it lots of time. I don't really want to try and rush it out for this convention season. Rather take the time and make sure it looks up to what I want it to look like. EC2. Oh yeah. Say 20. That's very good advice, storyteller. I generally think I've been lucky because I generally don't have like weird reactions on my skin from stuff that I've tried in the past. But that's a very good point. It's absolutely something I should make sure to do. Like I said, I haven't even started to think about that because thankfully, at least for my local cons, it's the season's super late for us. Like both, I have two cons I go to in the summer, and then one's in like late August, one's in early September. So they're very late in the season overall. So I'm not in a super rush. I haven't really started that, but I think my best bet of that will probably be look up a tutorial. Because I want to do kind of like zombie-ish makeup, and I want to look up how to do decent like gunshot wound looks. Because especially if I can, that would kind of make that. If I could do zombie makeup with a couple very specifically placed gunshot wounds for where that would be relevant to the story of the character, that would be good. Noise. I didn't really do much of any of theater when I was younger. Definitely more on the like, I was on like a military history debate, not debate, trivia team through most of high school. That was fun. Got to be on like local access television a bunch. Yeah, it was neat. It's definitely an experience. Definitely was only at that point where I was on like local TV like once or twice, but I wonder if I could dig any of that stuff up. I don't imagine because it was Yeah, that was well before YouTube was really anywhere near common. That was like, it would have been like 2005 through 2007. So I don't imagine that's actually recorded online anywhere. Never know. I'll go digging. How recessed is going to be when it's on there? It's going to be pretty recessed. This might actually be a good opportunity. Might take a bit more time. But yeah, I found these were recommended online. There's a bunch of like official stuff for using for like doing panel lining and stuff for models. But I picked up these, I saw these were highly recommended online. They're like Pigma Micron by Sakura. They're like an incredibly fine tip, like ink marker. I've been using these to do panel detailing. I think I might try and do a bit on this piece before I put it in there. Because once it's in there, it's going to be really recessed. Probably kind of hard to get at otherwise. So while I'm thinking about it, I might try and show off a bit of doing that. There's a couple different techniques for doing panel lining on these models, and I think I've definitely picked the most like labor-intensive version of them, unfortunately. Because these markers are really good, but they don't have a lot of like actual like ink flow to them. They're not like a paint marker where they have like constant paint flow once you apply them. You kind of got to actually like move them around and drag them across the surface to apply the ink. So because of that, the like go-to panel lining technique for something like this is, especially on pieces like this where it's kind of shallow, you'd go through on top with a knife or a chisel, something like this. Probably not this exactly. You'd probably use something with a bit more of a curve or a triangle blade to it. You go through and like deepen all the lines, and then all you need to do is take a paint marker with a lot of flow and just kind of dab it on a corner, and it would capillary action through all the detail lines. That's supposed to be the really easy way to do panel lining. But because I kind of saw these recommended and wanted to try it out, and I wasn't super confident in using actually high flow stuff because I've had bad experience with it in the past, I got these and they've been actually pretty good. But I'm going to prep this piece a little more first and try and show some panel lining. Yeah, that's probably the thing I'm most inexperienced on these. Because I've pretty much only done a little bit of panel lining on this guy. You can kind of see the like black, more bold outlines on a lot of the parts. And I kind of really like how it makes it look, especially on the shield. Here I was kind of hit and miss on how it made this look because it's kind of very exaggerated comic book style. But it made the shield pop a lot more than it did previously with just a bit of like black outline work around it. Yeah, do I have... I usually try and have like a Q-tip on hand because it helps wash it off the excess, but I'll use my finger for now because that should be pretty good. Where's the actual angles here? Okay, the slope's here, so I gotta try and come in from that side. Yeah, and it's okay to be a little messy because, as I said, this comes off super easy. Until it's completely dry, you can basically wipe it off with your finger. That also means you have to be kind of careful. Yeah, I'll usually put on a little more than I need to, and then I'll go over after it has a little bit of time to dry to kind of clean up the edges. I don't know how well it's actually showing up on camera, but actually it's showing up not bad. Yeah, even there you can kind of see how much more visible the detail lines on it are. Yeah, and I think that's definitely why I kind of want to get into painting a little bit more, is because if I could even if I just had like a slightly lighter shade of gray, I could go in and do a couple of these small panels with. I think it would help even improve the contrast even more and really make it look good. Sorry, I know my thumb's probably going to be covering what I'm doing a little bit here, but I want to make sure I have a good grip on it so my other hand's not shaking at all. Yeah, I'll probably start doing this more and more on stream. So as I said, it's something I want to do more of. And I definitely do like how it makes some of the models look. And actually for smaller sections like that, I'll actually probably end up putting the whole thing kind of inked up to act as shading points. Yeah. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hand a little bit. Ooh. Hold on, let me stretch for a second. It's cramping up right on the side of my palm there. Don't want that to happen right now. Nice. Oh yeah, not gonna do too much of this right now. I don't know, probably need to eat a banana or something, but really tending to cramps right there. Almost just do it on this side and then a little bit of cleanup. I should probably run quickly and get my water and some Q-tips. Oh, and you can see I made a big kind of like off the line mark there, but I can pretty much just rub it with my finger and it comes right off. Yeah, and a lot of what I'm actually doing here is when I have to go get a cotton swab, you literally just kind of do a really light pass over everything, and it kind of picks up all the excess ink that isn't in line, and it actually ends up doing kind of a weathering effect. But I tend not to try and use too much to avoid that too much, because it's not exactly what I'm going for. It actually ends up looking pretty good with relatively low effort. Shading some of these side parts. Yeah, not looking too bad at all. But yeah, you can definitely like see the detail lines a lot better with that panel lighting on, even if it is kind of hard to see because it's dark on dark in the glare. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly go grab my water and some cotton swabs. I'll be back in just a moment. I'm back. Acquired cotton swabs. Oh shit! Sorry. The tablet I have to control my stream is dying. So let me see what it does. Which my desk. Yeah. I'm just gonna go quickly plug that in. Yeah, I do most because I'm like physically away from my computer rather than having to use that kind of finicky wireless keyboard keypad. I just have I found a like free application called Touch Portal that allows you to like program a bunch of buttons for stuff and you can control OBS with it. So I just have it set up to switch scenes. But yeah, we are back. Card swaps. I will not focus, that's fine. Yeah, don't want to push in too hard because especially with these ones, I found these ones I have are kind of, they have a lot of wispy bits. So I push in with too much pressure, they'll actually go in the gap to kind of clean out some of the ink I don't want cleaned out. So I try and do really kind of light passes, angled, so they don't go too deep in. Get rid of the excess stuff I don't want. Yeah, basically just cleans up some of the extra little wispy parts that you kind of went off the line for. Because they tend to be the high spots, so it'll be the first thing this kind of rubs against. I don't really want to put too much pressure because it'll clean away some of the stuff we want. Yeah, I don't know if you can kind of see, but it kind of rubbed away some of the ink on this part that we want, so I have to go back and reapply it. But I find it's a good method, because even if I have to reapply a little bit, it generally tends to save me from having to try too hard on my first pass. A small amount of touch-up usually is all it requires. Now, set that aside to dry a little bit while I get the other pieces prepped. That's usually why I also don't do this lining while I build usually, because in order for me not to rub some of that panel light off just from holding the piece to attach to other pieces. And it saves me from accidentally lining pieces that are not going to be at all visible once the final product is done. Yeah, let's keep going here. F6. Here. I think too much of this will be visible. Maybe just these lines on the neck. But I'm probably going to have to take the head off of this anyway to do detailing on the head. So this should be fine. This will be exposed. We'll go back to do that later. E5902. Whoa. Yeah, still gotta think of some more short, like. I guess I could always go back and play FTL. FTL's easily probably my favorite game. It'll just like be packed of, you don't really have anything to play about it for a game. Got my like playtime win on Steam, sure. I'd be curious to see which is better between it and StarCraft. StarCraft's not on Steam, so I can't really see in comparison. I also, I've been thinking about it a bit. I think I'm gonna have to rethink how I approach my gun watch through. I've watched another 3 episodes now from what I've talked about on screen. And the actual amount of like events per episode is starting to get a lot smaller. There seems to be a lot more like action scenes, like talking scenes kind of spread out. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it generally makes it so that unless I want to get into like real mundane details, there isn't a whole lot of actual like plot moving forward happening. I think what I might start doing is just start talking less about some of the more done things going to happen. Watch more episodes at a time, just talk more about my impressions, specific highlights that come up. Not quite setting that too much. But yeah, it's definitely something I noticed is after the first like dozen episodes or so, it's starting to kind of mellow out. It was a lot of things happening fairly quickly in the early part. Now it's a lot more of like, there's going to be a thing happens that episode. It's just going to kind of jump characters approaching that thing happening. Especially now that the group is kind of conglomerated into like 2 or 3 separate groups. Yeah, no new clips this week, at least so far. The last 3 episodes didn't really have anything. Okay. Waist cuff first. Sorry. Take a closer look here to see what this is trying to tell me. Yeah, okay, that should be good. These other pieces should keep this in place. It's just a little loose, so I was worried. Yeah, looking at this again, these other pieces should overlap it, keep it in place. Some alignment. Yeah, overlaps right there. Keep it locked in place. Oh. First layer armor. Shoulder joints still pop out. Nice. Now for the chest plates. A2 and G5. Yeah, I think I might try a non-Gundam model for the next one. I have a like Evangelion model. I'll probably end up doing after I finish this guy. I have a unit 02 of that I want to kind of build. yeah, these colored plastics are definitely way softer. I noticed that when I was cutting off the sprue, they were actually flexing way more than the usual stuff does. I think it must be the type of plastic they use for these. I know they end up using like 2 or 3 different types of plastics in these kits, depending on the parts. I think it's usually like the gray inner pieces, the brightly colored outer pieces, and the kind of darker colored outer pieces. I think those are like 3 different plastics. But I'm not 100% sure. That aspect of it, I'm not super. Yeah, definitely. I can definitely. Oh, I can almost feel it kind of like smudging a little bit when I'm cutting it. Definitely a softer type of plastic than these gray pieces. These gray pieces kind of have a satisfying snap to it. Yeah, even with this knife, you can tell it feels different. Because it kind of like sinks in before it actually starts to bite. Hey. Alright. Okay. Straight into this piece. Oh, this is sprue. I actually had like a little brush for sweeping these parts off. I really started this. I used it the very first stream. I haven't seen it since. Where I did that. Hinge point there. Okay. Ordered steps. Red piece into yellow piece. Order. Next. Attach Okay, so that part wasn't quite as indented as I thought it would be. I thought this would be a lot harder to reach these lines. But I guess it's better to have done it before we put it in here, because it would have been hard to come in from the sides here. And then finally, this goes on this little hinge. Get your little access to the pilot hatch there. Close it up. And the pilot there. Oh, these are... Oh god, these are such tiny pieces. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. 10, 16, and 17. Okay, I gotta be extra cautious here. Okay, 16 and 17 aren't too bad. These ones aren't the smallest. There's one more piece I gotta cut out that looks like it's gonna be a... Oh yeah, look at this. Look at this little tiny ass piece. It's like no depth to it at all. It's a little tiny peg. It's like it right off. Be careful. Yeah, that's kind of dickhead move, kit. I gotta just find a way to trim that somehow. Yeah. As far as I can tell, that little tiny red piece is just to fill in the red like hole on the end of this panel. Oh, God, it's so small. I'm gonna be worried. So, use this. It's not working very well. Yeah. I'm assuming it's something to do with... Yeah, it would probably make any sense. There's probably a matter of it having depth, but yeah, I don't really see a reason. I just wanted to make you work with a tiny, tiny, tiny piece. There we go, that time. Just the other side. There it goes. That should be good enough. I'm not gonna risk it anymore. the right way, or is that inside it? Looks like that's the right piece. We just gotta push it in there a little more. I guess it's probably because so they can have a little more intricate detail there than if it was just a solid piece, but I don't know. This looks like it should probably go in a bit more. I guess that's it. Looks a little more sunken in on the picture on the front, but well, they're good. It's in there in the right direction. Definitely didn't put it in wrong. Oh, pause when I didn't put it in wrong. That's how it is. Okay. Those are gonna go too. Oh, that's actually it for the chest. Where is the waist? Let's do that next. Or not waist, like the item section. Six XA 12. I gotta say the colors on this kit are quite bright compared to a lot of the other kits I've done, which is nice actually. The neat thing I've actually learned while looking at some of these kits for what came out next is like the old kits they released, like I think the 90s are probably the oldest kits that they still really use for. Like they still are like basically re-releasing the same kits they released in the 90s to this day, basically. Like they still launch restock K-mates for a lot of stuff like that stuff. Apparently it's getting rare for that certain period, but apparently up to a certain point, like 10 years ago, you could consistently get stuff in the 80s. But apparently they like wildly like revamped their like manufacturing process from the 90s and 80s. A lot of that stuff basically they just had a huge amount of backlog they had to work through, but once they ran out, it kind of ran out for those kits. But like, yeah, a lot of the kits I'm looking at as options are kits that were originally released like in the late 90s. I think these kits are from, I think they were like 12, I'll check the dates on these. Maybe a bit older actually. Could be mid 2000s. There we go. Abdomen. Nice. Shape. Arm time. Ooh, sorry. Get off here. Where is the joint? Once again. Yeah, have you been getting up to learning anything new craft-wise, right, Tyler? Pretty much the kind of brainstorming for cosplay, plans for painting, or all I kind of got on the works creatively at the moment. Nice. You know, that basically resin that will harden under you, basically sets under UV light. Or resin that like reacts under UV light to give like a like photoreactive effect. Oh, okay, the first one, nice. Yeah, I remember Jaster was telling me last time I was talking to him on the weekend. or it might have been a little while ago. I forget exactly when. He was mentioning he was doing some stuff with his, like, he polishes rocks for decorative purposes and stuff like that. Does like mineral and gem shining, stuff like that. He seems to mostly focus more on like actual like geological gems rather than actual like gemstones. But yeah, he mentioned he was messing with something that was like photoreactive under UV light. But yeah, the UV set resin always seemed really interesting. Two of those were free charge. Might as well jump both all at once. Saving around to jump back and forth instructions. When I was younger, my mom did a lot of, I think it was, no, it wasn't porcelain. It was like, clay fired stuff. I can't remember the actual, ceramics. That's what it was, ceramics. And that was really interesting, doing like the molds that you didn't have to fire. It's been a long time since I did actually any like setting. Basically kind of like free-form forming of materials. I think that was probably the last time I had any involvement in that type of thing. Yeah, I remember she like decorative figures and stuff like that, especially around Christmas time. She'd always make some of those. Weird thinking about it because you must have had a kiln. I don't remember the specifics of how we actually fired it. It was so long ago. But I guess having a kiln around wouldn't have really been odd in my childhood. Like we had like wood fired stoves was most of my heating growing up. Oh yeah, that's probably really smart. Well, they have those like decontamination things for your phone too, but only needed a very small area. But yeah, I imagine the nail salon one's probably the ideal one. It would allow you a lot more freedom in the size of the piece you actually are hitting. Oh, that looks really cool, storyteller. So is that mostly just the like setting for it you use for the resin, or? Oh, okay, no. Got a closer look at it. I see what's going on there. That's really cool. Yeah, I heard you can actually. Heard it's some people pretty commonly do. Apparently, you can get some like pretty good like thinning agents for some of this plastic, and you basically can specifically for like these joint lines and stuff here. You can kind of see on the side rather than detailing it. What a lot of people do is they actually chop up some of this sprue into small pieces and mix it with like an acetone based thinner, and it'll actually melt it down into a kind of paste, kind of apply it in the crack. You got to be really careful about it though, because like you have to kind of let it evaporate a bit, some of the thinner out, because if there's too much thinner left in the actual mix, it'll eat away at these pieces as well. But apparently if you can get the balance out, it's a really good little trick for filling in a lot of the gaps. Because once it actually dries, it'll look just like the plastic facing, because it is the plastic essentially. 15. I think the term they used for it is sprue goo. Oh, there's F and E somewhere. Yeah, I heard the nail polish remover can be really hit and miss for that. You're absolutely correct in that generally it seems like the really high acetone quantity ones seem to be good for it, but apparently a lot of brands of the acetone like have additives that actually really mess up the process with this stuff. Apparently like pure acetone. If you are going to go, apparently the best thing is the actual like paint thinner they have for the like specialty paints is actually supposed to be really good for it, or just straight acetone. But the risk with straight acetone is you have to be very careful to make sure. Apparently the actual like thinning agent isn't so bad because it even when as long as it's dry, it doesn't have too much of a corrosive effect. But with the acetone, even if you just leave a little bit on the inside that doesn't get fully dried out, like you're kind of lax in your mixing of it as it's drying, yeah, apparently it can lead to it just eating away at the model completely. Same with the different kinds of paints, because as I said, I kind of settled on acrylics, just because they're apparently the most the ones that are the hardest to actually cause damage with. Apparently, enamel paints are also really popular for painting these because they give a really good durable surface. But apparently, if you let the enamel paint seep into like the inner joint workings and kind of pool there, it'll completely degrade them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm definitely just gonna be fairly casual in the painting aspect of this at the beginning of these. From reading it, like once you actually kind of want to get into the painting of these things proper, you gotta get really into like part preparation, like go over it. Kind of before the assembly, you have to know which parts you want to paint, sand them down, prime them, all that fun stuff. Oh hell yeah! Yeah, as I said, I probably would look into that if I hadn't already seen. There was a ton of discussion around using nail polish remover for that exact purpose. It seems like it could work out, but you have to be very careful about like the brand and like the ingredients that that brand uses. Yeah, but generally something I actually do really enjoy about doing these models compared to some other like classic models I've seen in the past is they generally seem to be try and do a good job at least having some basic color separation that makes it look not bad. And as I figure, even in just minor like added painting details in some of these parts would have a major impact on how it looks. So I don't think I really need to go hog wild on that type of stuff at the beginning. And from what I've seen, when you start getting up into the more higher levels of these models, a lot of them come unpainted, especially like the ones not made by the official companies, like the really high grade, like third party models. Apparently, most of those come unpainted. You have to kind of paint them yourself. Jeez. Yeah, I was actually looking at it because those Armored Core mechs I have, I found a guy who does like 3D printed like expansion packs for those mechs. Basically, adds a bunch of the features they haven't made yet for them, and like makes improvements on the kits that this guy basically came up with. And they're really cool. But those are apparently made from resin as well, like you mentioned. And he had basically came with a big laundry list of kind of like preparation stuff you have to do to it before painting it. It was interesting. Like apparently it'll like naturally kind of like he apparently there's a chance for it to have still some of the like production residue still on it that makes it kind of clammy. So you have to be really careful about giving it a good isopropyl clean before you actually start painting it. Yeah, that's something I'll probably actually end up looking into, because there was some really neat stuff that he had that are just like it's parts. Some of it is even like parts these kits come with, but like a specific thing they have is a lot of the kits have like a shoulder. They have a weapon in each hand, but they can also just store one of those weapons on their shoulder and then pick out another weapon. And in the game, there's a little mechanical arm that basically like brings the weapon up into your hand and pulls the weapon back up when you do it. And the PCs come with don't have any of that. It just has the basic like storage position on the back. You can use it to hold another weapon. Whereas the stuff he's making out of resin actually has like an actuating arm that can come forward, so you can actually pose him switching weapons. Yeah, I think if it ever comes down to it, I kind of get bored of this. I think probably the way I'll try and keep it fresh is start looking into like the 3D printing stuff you can do. As I mentioned, I have a nephew who's super into that stuff, and it seems like it'd be super easy to make some really cool stuff for these models. Because yeah, I mentioned that guy who makes all that custom stuff for the Armored Core models. He sells it on. He has an Etsy shop where he sells all the stuff, but he also just has like a $30 package that's literally a 3D model for 3D printers of every part in the game for like $30. Just basically print your own of literally anything in the game you want. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where 3D printing technology goes in a couple years too. There's so many different styles of 3D printing, and a lot of them seem to be just literally held back kind of by the technology, and will become like the ones where it's basically just a huge vat of sand, and it basically is like pouring it in sand, so they don't actually need support structures. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, he sells his own models, but he also just sold a pack that was like all the like bare model. Yeah, I'm on it. See me reaching for my keyboard. The hell with thee. And back my OBS. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Yeah, like the actual parts he makes and sells himself, he goes in and actually does a lot of work to make it like make sense, like basically snap fit models like this. But he also sold files that were like the raw like model files from the game that he had converted into 3D printer files, so you can print them and kind of like, and it's the model files themselves, so you can go in and modify the model files to basically make the attachment points yourself for whatever you want. Oh, it's like, yeah, for sure. If I ever think I'm gonna get something like that, I'll probably get it through this guy because it seems really cool. Because he has quite a portfolio. Like it seems like a project he's basically been working on since the game came out. And there's actually quite a few comments and like on a bunch of his products that they're talking about how much his stuff has improved over the process of him just learning how the parts actuate and make good parts. Yeah, that'd be cool to look into. Because ideally, I'd like to have it so that the model I'm building in front of me is of the actual like mech I'm trying to use in the game. But they don't. I have a pretty set from the last time I played it. I have a pretty set mech I'm used to using. I'd love to have the exact parts for that, but a lot of those parts aren't made yet. Quite a few of them. I can get pretty close, but. One of the things that really makes me wish there was like a kind of a more cooperative bent to like copyright protection of that stuff. I absolutely understand the company wanting to reserve the rights to kind of profit from those designs and stuff, but I wish there was more of a official avenue like fans could go through to contribute to making stuff like that. Because that's the thing with him is like he doesn't want to get too big because it's essentially a timer. When he gets to a certain size, he is going to get shut down. Oh yeah, for sure. Especially like how much goddamn fan artists do for some of these franchises. It's insane. And it's absolutely a symbiotic relationship, but it'd just be nice if I don't know. Especially with the way things are going, where it's seeming more and more that's just going to become fodder for whatever engine the companies run. And I think most companies are at least smart enough to realize that, like how much fan products like that actually are benefiting them. I think Nintendo's the only one that's regularly short-sighted enough to target those people. Yeah, for sure. Ooh, that's a rough cut. Oh well, battle damage. I definitely got to start hunting for more YouTube too. I found this one guy and I was pretty happy with it, but I pretty much just got the one playlist of his stuff. So I'll probably go hunting again for some more good old Dova syndrome. For sure. But it's a lot of it's just like how much they resisted streaming at the start. It took them like years longer than any other company to just stop trying to sue people for putting footage of their game on YouTube. Like people doing Let's Plays, like God, they were still suing like doing takedown notices on Let's Players like after most companies had fully just basically started paying those people. Shoulders. And actually, it seems like that'll be a good opportunity. I'm gonna take a quick little 10-minute break here to use the washer. Oh, and actually, forgot my control panels is plugged in across the room. So, uno momento. But yeah, thanks a lot for hanging out, especially you, Storyteller. It's been great having you around. We'll be back in. Try and make it about as close to 10 minutes as I can. Talk to you soon. Okay, I am back. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining me once again this fine evening. Go. Yeah, looks like it. Yep. Cool. Yeah, let's keep going and get these arms done. Hey, thanks, Storyteller. 7, 8, 12. Cut all the screws on that one. Glad it didn't go flying. 12. Yeah, it was actually pretty funny. I've definitely settled on a couple of the next kits I'm probably gonna end up picking up, and one of them was another huge nostalgia hit, just like these Gundam Wing models have been. It's actually from a series I've never actually watched any of the series, but I had one of the toys from the series when I was a kid. So it was super nostalgic seeing that they have one of these model kits for it. It's from a series called Gao Gai Gear. And it was a mech show, but it was very much during when like Super Sentai and Power Rangers was super popular. So it's one of those ones where the mech is like a bunch of smaller robots that all combine into a bigger robot. And they apparently have a really nice, high quality, like modern kit. So I'm probably gonna end up picking that one up. Because all the video reviews I've watched of it have made it look really nice. Yeah, that was one of the ones that kind of made me want to get into painting too, because the one thing a lot of the reviews mentioned is like it has like a lot of gold coloring on some of the mech, and the like coloring they used for it is very underwhelming for the gold. Like it's kind of a very dull shade of gold that doesn't show up and look very good. So the overwhelming recommendation I saw is if you're gonna do anything to that kit, it was to get some gold paint and redo the gold paint on it. So that's probably what I'll end up doing if I pick it up. And that was one of the ones that runs me into one of the barriers I found with these models is that there's certain ones of the models that are like part of their like premium brand, and you can apparently only literally buy those almost directly through Bandai. Like basically, it's a lot more limited. Like you have to, the stock they provide to individual stores is much lower, and it's to try and encourage you to order it officially through them. And one of that Gao gear mech can basically one of the weapons he has is like a giant gold hammer, and apparently that's actually like another mech that transforms into that hammer. And that model kit for that hammer mech is one of their premium brands. And because of that, even if I have a hard time finding anyone that carries it, and when you do, it's almost always really expensive for what you're getting. Pretty much the only way to get them at a reasonable price is directly through Bandai, and that requires me to like make a Japanese like redirection account and stuff like that I really want to mess with. Actually, I gotta look into it. I imagine it's probably improved now, but last time I looked into it, that was the case. But the base model does look really good from all the reviews I've seen of it, so I'll almost definitely end up picking that up regardless of anything else. Yeah, there's one other Gundam that I built a model of when I was a kid. But I think I found a good version of that one in these higher grades, the one I made when I was a kid. So I think those two at least so far on my list. I've also been hemming and hawing about what my next step up with these are, because I'd always kind of planned of when I got enough experience building these Gundam Wing Master Grade models, I was going to try and get one of their perfect grade models. But I'm probably going to have to put that off for a little bit, because those are very expensive. Like these, the cheapest one of these kits you can get usually run you like 20, 30 bucks. These kits are a little more on the higher end of what it's technically the mid-range, but it's generally the higher end of what I'm willing to spend money on, because they run between like $50 and $80 for the more expensive ones. I think all of these are like 50 to 60. And then the perfect grade ones are the one I want is I've never seen it really drop below 300. So unless that goes really aggressively on sale sometime, that'll probably be when I end up with it. But those ones have like, from looking it up online, they have roughly about 3 times as many pieces as this. And they're roughly, yeah, you can kind of get a sense of scale for these guys. The perfect grades, from my understanding, are roughly about like this tall. Like they're almost at like G.I. Joe doll size. Yeah, but those are supposed to be amazing. Like, that's the thing. They're super expensive, but very few people say they aren't worth that money. It's just you need to have that money to kind of do it. I think I'll probably stick with these cheaper kits for a little longer, at least until my skills are about as good as I think they're going to get. Then I'd be willing. Because that's the other thing. When you're dealing with a kit that expensive, you don't want to screw anything up. You want everything to look so good, so it'll be a lot more stressful unless I'm a little more comfortable in my skills. The other thing I'm going to experiment with is at least a couple of the models I was looking for actually have like built-in supports for. They sell an LED kit for these in various colors, and apparently a bunch of the models, a couple of the models I was looking for had support for that stuff, where they essentially have a little slot on the inside of the model that have a plug that you basically take the plug out and buy these little LED kits and put the LED light in where the plug was, and it basically is set up so that it has little. You can kind of. I don't have one on hand. Oh, I can kind of show you this one, I guess. You don't really see it too much, but like this head part is technically a clear part. So if you shine a light into a certain part of the head, it'll actually light up the eyes. And with those LED kits, they basically have like a slot in the back of the chest. You can slot the LED in, and it would light up this light in the front and some other detail parts. Hey, Arthur, welcome. It was pretty good. I said I had one concern about it, and I'll keep up with it. We've watched the first 2 episodes so far. And I mentioned earlier, my one concern with it is in that 2 episodes, they had like kind of 3 twists. And already one of those twists was just a dream. And as long as, I hope that doesn't keep up, but like the actual the twists that weren't actually a dream were really good twists. So, let's see where it goes. It has a lot of potential. The like switching of animation styles is really. I'll say the power system was kind of hard to get my head around initially. Like they didn't really spend a lot of time explaining it, so I was kind of like, wait, is this how it works? And kind of being confirmed or denied as it went along. But I don't hate like that fact is like we don't need a goddamn Spider-Man origin story anymore. Just skip that part. No one needs to hear that story again. Yeah, we watched a bit of that. And I don't know if you've ever checked out Rock as a Lady's Odyssey. It's the other show we watched this, so we've been keeping up with the season. That one's been pretty good. It's definitely one of those banned animes, but it's. I think it was. I forget who I heard talking about it, but it's like, yeah, it's one of those banned animes, but I like the music in this one. It's like a very rock-centric soundtrack. Yeah, they have good crazy faces. Very good crazy faces. Good, like, sweary voice acting. I love it, the Japanese voice acting. You can tell they're swearing, even if you can't really understand what they're saying. Just really, like, tone of voice and way they're saying things. Oh, I need more. Yeah, welcome, Arthur. Still saving up my pulls. I think I'll probably next time I'm playing at my PC and you're around, I'll probably do those pulls and show off my count a little bit. But that'll have to be when I'm actually at my PC. For now, I'm modeling. It just reminds me of Storyteller. I remember when Shuts was on his ride on Saturday. you said something to me about like call me an idiot one more time and see what happens. And I was about a hair's breadth from just doing full caps back chat, but I decided not to be that cringe on Nate and someone else's stream. I told him about it after. He said he would have busted up laughing if I had done that. But... some elbows. This 13. 15. Gotcha. I've really read much manga recently. The like takedown thing on Megadex has kind of made me shy to actually go look and see what got removed. It's kind of a bummer. It's the risk that comes with reading mostly fan translations. Thankfully, everything I like actually read that has licensing stuff is usually pretty good at having releases the day of. You just can't really fall more than 3 chapters behind. Which sucks, because I absolutely fall off series for that exact reason. That I forget to read it for a couple weeks in a row and it falls off. I can't really catch up unless I go to shitty other websites. It really sucks, dude. There's absolutely, like, I have my manga shelf there behind the camera. And I would reckon it would probably about half the series wouldn't be on that shelf if it wasn't for like fan translations. I would have never bothered to actually check it. Having to like buy a book to actually check out its contents is such an investment. So much sloth out there. Not that I'm arguing in any way that slop shouldn't exist. People love slop. Just for me personally, I don't want to have to risk spending money on physical copies of a manga, only to have it be fairly disappointing. make a whoopsie. Yeah, I forgot to put his gun back in. Oh well. I want to change his pose anyway. If you haven't noticed, I actually these stands I got are actually like official products from the same company that makes the mechs, and they come with a bunch of these. Oh, excuse me, 1 second. Yeah, that'd be really nice. That wasn't that probably is much more of an option now. I should actually check out the library around me. But yeah, growing up when I was first checking Omega, that would not like I'd get some of them had graphic novels, which was nice. That's how I checked out some of the better Marvel comics, because they'd get like the hardcover or like the collected work series of those in the library. But manga never really popped up in the library when I was regularly going there. That's actually a great suggestion. I completely lost my train of thought from what I was saying a moment ago. If you remember, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna search for another train. Yeah, as far as series I'm keeping up with consistently, I read Dan to Dan Chainsaw Man every week. I've been following as far as like Shonen Jump or Shuusei stuff. Yeah. The bookstore magazine rack, read Shonen Jump, where they started wrapping that shit up. Uh, but yeah, Ruri Dragon is another one by Shuhei, or I think it's Shonen Jump. I can never remember. It's one of the official magazine ones. That one's actually really neat. I kind of like how kind of casual everyone is about it. I don't know if you've heard of it before. It's pretty neat. Basically, the concept is a girl wakes up one morning with like razor sharp horns growing out of her temples. She goes out to talk to her mom. Is like, oh, when'd you grow those? And mom's just like kind of super casual about it, and like just kind of like casually realizes, oh yeah, it kind of makes sense. Your dad is a dragon. It's like, oh okay. And kind of like, yeah, it very much treats getting your character's traits of being half dragon as kind of puberty. It's neat. Kind of the way the school approaches it in very much the same way. Yeah, there's those two. I still, as far as like comedy manga, I consistently keep up with every week or every time it comes out. 100 Girlfriends, or let's go with the official title, the 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You, is fantastic. It's actually hilarious. They take a really dumb concept where a guy has to get 100 girlfriends, but they make it so the guy is the best character. He's the best boyfriend you could ever hope for. And it makes the whole thing kind of work. Also, the fact that they're really good at coming up with characters. They're like girlfriend like 29, and they all are unique in their own way. And like that's the thing. Is like at this point, I'm completely convinced they're going the distance with this thing. Like it sounds like a ridiculous concept at the start that they think something like big twist is gonna happen. But no, I'm completely convinced he's dedicated to having like 100 unique characters, because he's gotten up to about 30 now, and they're all unique. And there's nice little chapters where it like pairs off into like groups of 3 and 4, and it works really well. but it's hilarious. It really helps that it's a really good comedy bag on top of it. And that's the thing, is like it's very clear that like if the person who's writing this decided to do a straight romance, he would be incredibly good at it. Because that's the thing, is like to properly satirize tropes, you have to be very familiar with those tropes, and it's very obvious this guy knows what the fuck he's doing in rom-coms. But he uses it for almost like a shit post, and it's fantastic. Yeah, that one. I think it's the only one regularly. A lot of the stuff I read is just really. I read a lot of monthly stuff, so I kind of forget it because it's just so long in between chapters. But in generally, most of the like high quality stuff I read is monthly, like Vinland Saga. Vinland Saga, there's another one. I've been keeping up with that. That's been great. Fragran's been really slow for a little bit, but it's still really high quality. I still love, probably one of my favorite like interview tropes for like Japanese media I've seen is whenever they do interviews with like monthly and weekly manga artists at the same time. Like one of them is a weekly artist and one of them is a monthly artist. And it's just amazing how it's like, yeah, what you do is not human. Humans can't do what you do. Just because they're like in that field, so they know how hard it is to get one chapter out a month, and then it's the other side where you're putting 4 a month out. Yeah, that's something that's probably gonna have to have a change, because from my understanding, even still today, the workload for a weekly series is ridiculous. But people fucking like, that's one thing I consistently hear is like the Dan author has consistently said is like, no, I'm like 15 weeks ahead. I could literally like go on vacation for half a year, for most of a year, and I'd be good. But he just consistently keeps that backlog up so he doesn't actually feel the pressure. But I can't imagine the amount of work he went through to build that backlog up in the first place. Oh, it's tough. Yeah. Oh, that's the thing. Is like I think it's just the way the manga comes out periodically. It kind of makes the like every chapter can technically be a cliffhanger, and there's series that do that, and it's rough. But you kind of expect there to be a pause between it, regardless of anything that really happens. So you're used to having kind of time to sit and digest about stuff. So it's less impactful. Whereas I guess anime kind of has the same thing, where it's coming out weekly, but. I guess to summarize my thoughts on it would basically be anime coming out weekly, it comes out weekly for a period. But whereas like the entire run of manga is always kind of that same periodicness, except for hiatuses. So So due to that, I found out having to wait to see what happens next much less anxiety causing, I guess would be the word for it. In not even that effect. I'm just used to sitting and brewing on stuff longer with manga than I am with anime, I guess. Oh, the Dandadans. I can't believe Dandadan did the double cliffhanger at their end. I kind of knew it must have been ending up at that point because I'm familiar with the manga where they are, but I just couldn't believe they went for the double scene cliffhanger. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm mildly pissed off at the people handing the G Kids because they botched they didn't botch, they just aren't doing shit for Canada showings like they did for the first season of their like second season thing. Because I'd absolutely go to the movie theater to see that, where they show like the first 3 episodes in the movie theaters. Yeah, the closest place to me is like 3-4 hours away, so I'm not gonna probably see that. But I have seen it. I thought it might give away a little too much because it's pretty obvious who a certain character is supposed to be. Kind of surprised they didn't keep that under the cuff a little more, but I get it. They want to advertise their characters. Oh, I'm hopeful for the Chainsaw Man movie on Halloween. Look Back had really good. Whoever's handling the distribution for Look Back made sure it was everywhere out here. So, and I really enjoyed going to see that. So, looking forward to that movie. That is going to be fantastic. And hopefully, the end of that movie ends with the announcement of season 2. So I really want that story to get moving. The unfortunate part is like the parts they've showed of Chainsaw Man are kind of the slowest, worst parts of Chainsaw Man. Up to at least part 2, and part 1 at least for sure. But they did we'll see. I heard in Japan specifically, the production company got a lot of backlash for kind of like their stylistic choices for stuff. Which is a shame because it was fantastic. I loved all the like movie reference stuff they did throughout the whole thing. And I'm sure the creator, like I don't know if you know, the Tatsuki Fujimoto, the guy who does Chainsaw Man, is like a huge like American movie film buff. It was actually hilarious. I was talking with Shuts. He was talking about like a cool thing. Yeah, there's a manga he was reading where like the author forward, where they were like talking about what was going on in their life, and he told me an anecdote about it that was something interesting. One of them said, and I was kind of weird. I was thinking to myself, I hadn't really read one of those in forever, and I thought that was really weird because I own a lot of manga. But then I looked, and like the one manga I like consistently go back and reread in physical form is Chainsaw Man. And I went back and looked at his authored forwards and all Chainsaw Man, and literally every single one is literally just one line, which is "I love" in this movie he saw recently. And like all 12 volumes are with you, every single one. It's literally one line, one line, one line, one line. I love, I love, I love, in a movie. Yeah, dude's a weird guy. I don't know. You never. I guess you don't actually know creative people all that well usually, but everything I've heard about him, he seemed like quite an eccentric dude. Like, kind of for it. It makes weird ass manga that are amazing. I still love that the only real footage of that guy online was a YouTube video he uploaded himself like 12 years ago of him saying, "I'm now going to levitate," and then like jumping and throwing his arms up in the air and falling to the ground. That's like the only footage of him online. Let's see, 1, 2. Oh, there's some great Fujimura stories I'll probably tell over time when we get talking about them at some point. Because as opposed to Chainsaw Man, he put out 2 collections of his one-shots, and it was basically every work of his that got published before Fire Punch, which was his last big series before Chainsaw Man. And those are actually really neat because it's very introspective about what was going on in his life when he made these works and what he was thinking when he made them. And a lot of the anecdotes he tells in those are funny as hell. Not funny as hell in like a weird way, but also funny as hell because he tells really weird stories, and then you think about it for a second, and it's like, oh, that's why that was in the manga, and that's why that went that way. It's like, it really makes sense. It's like, oh, you actually put a lot of yourself into these manga, and it comes off as super weird in the manga, and it doesn't come off any less weirder when it's about a real ass dude. Oh, I made coffee and I forgot all about it. Hopefully you're not too cold. Tepid. But yeah, he's probably my favorite manga author. And it's the weird thing is like it was a kind of unique situation. He had a lot of like older assistants when he did Fire Punch. Like I think the guy who like it's funny too because like the guy who was his editor for Fire Punch is like now like almost the top guy in Shuhei, like the Shonen Jump company. Like he very much seems like he's very good at like harnessing really creative people to extreme success. But yeah, he when he did Fire Punch, most of the assistants he set up with Fujimoto were actually like much more experienced manga artists that had kind of just not done anything for a while and were just doing assistant work in the meantime. And most of those people went on to actually kind of find really big success because that's where Data's author was one of those guys. Spy X Family, his author was one of those guys. It's like it's weird. It's like it's neat too because you can kind of see it. It's very much like an embracing a weird aspect of the medium in their thing. And both those series have it and just go different directions with it. Yeah, it seems like it was very much like a lot of times like assistant roles is they bring like newbies in to be your assistant. That's how they get trained up and learn the industry. But it seems like from that one, it very much came that there was a lot of people who were kind of like struggling to find, like had been published before, but haven't been for a while, or kind of like struggling to find their place. And it seemed like it was a very like beneficial relationship both ways. Because Fujimoto went on to make Chainsaw Man, and Chainsaw Man's amazing. Fire Punch is also amazing, but Fire Punch is also like 3 times as weird as Chainsaw Man, and Chainsaw Man is already pretty weird, so it gets very weird. Put it all backwards. There we go. Like the story of Fire Punch opens with it's a post-apocalyptic world that's going through an ice age, and the main character it's a world where people basically started developing superpowers after the ice age hit, and the main character has like a hyper regeneration power, and it starts with him basically cutting off his arm over and over again to make meat to feed the village. Like willingly. And that story, of course, goes with he gets set on fire with a fire that never goes out until it completely burns up whatever it's on, and he has hyper regeneration, so he can never actually go out. So he's just on fire for the rest of the story. And that seems like a really cool thing. Like Human Torch is like, yeah, no, he feels he's constantly burning and regenerating. It's just not pleasant for him. Hand time. But it also had a lot of like I don't know. It was not a while ago. It was like I want to say like 7-8 years ago, maybe more now. But it was a while ago. Fire Punch came out, but it had like a trans character. It was kind of neat, but it was I don't know. It's always kind of weird when they approach issues like that because you never really know where they're coming from for it. But they seem to have it. It was tragic. It was sad because it was a similar case of this person had like hyper generation powers, so they couldn't actually do anything about being having gender dysphoria because every time they tried to get surgery or tried to take hormones, the regeneration would basically kick them back to being their original gender. Which is an interesting concept. It makes you nervous because I don't know if they'll actually handle it properly. They kind of did, but that seemed like kind of way ahead of its time. Yeah, Fire Punch was a fucked up, depressing world, and it like doesn't have a happy ending either. So it's definitely a lot rougher than Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man has a lot of the same themes, but they handle them better in some ways, worse in others. I don't know. People take a lot of surface level interpretations of the characters of Chainsaw Man's when they're actually fairly complex. And yes, I am making the argument that my anime about the teenage boy who wants to touch boobs is actually really deep. Stole a joke from Super Eye Patch Wolf. Make good progress. This arm done soon. And the other, the head, the backpack, and his weapons. Actually, I haven't looked at all at how he actually does this arm. Oh, okay. Nice. So it's something I actually build and it just fits over the arm. So shouldn't actually be too complex then. Yeah, I'm also trying to think of some more good like 1v1 competitive games that are kind of outside of like the normal like shooters and other sports style games. So once gets back on a more regular streaming schedule, we're planning to start playing some of those on stream too. That should be real fun. Stuff like Rocket League's a good example. I kind of like Rocket League. Rocket League's a good choice. There's like a frisbee sport game that was from on like really old. I think it was on the Neo Geo originally, but they ended up getting popular and got a re-release on the Switch called Windjammers. It's really fun. I've seen people play that and it's really enjoyable. And then there's like an 8-bit side-scrolling fencing game called Nidhogg that I've seen people play and tried it out a bit myself. It's supposed to be really fun. All this BGM is from a guy on YouTube named Flashbeats. I don't actually know what the specific thing is, but if you go to my YouTube channel at the top of my head here, I have his like link to his music in my description. I think it might be in my Twitch description too, but I'm not sure about that. I don't think it is actually. Now that I think about it, I should do that. Yeah, just a small Japanese artist I found on YouTube that has like royalty-free music, like Flash Star Beat. But I think if you just search Flash Beat, you'll find it. Yeah, I need to figure a way to have that actually like show me which of the songs it's playing, because it's just playing from a playlist right now. So I only don't really see a track name anywhere. I just see the track length, which I probably could try again if I was actually at my PC, but I'm not. You know what, Arthur? Just for you. Look at the name of it. What was it? Oh, it's actually not going to show me. Never mind. Nope, it was more work than I thought, so screw you. I don't mean that. I could probably look it up later if you're really interested, but as I said, it's a Flash Beat on YouTube. Yeah, that's something I need to figure out. I can probably make up a widget for that pretty easily. That would be useful information to have, especially as I start getting a bigger variety of music for my background library. Yeah, I'm not going to put fingers on that just yet, because I don't know what type of hand I'll put in it. Oh. Cuff, isn't there? F14. Yeah, I'm slowly getting stuff figured out. I need to get like my bot figured out as well, but I've kind of been diving deep into the video editing software I've been learning recently, so I've been putting more time into that than I really. Yeah, it's probably smart. I imagine CloudBot that Streamlabs has is probably pretty similar to Nightbot, because I already went through some of the process of getting that set up. I just don't have it active. But I might just straight up look at Nightbot too. The CloudBot seems to be too complex. Really, I just gotta sit down and get at it. But as I said, I've kind of been trying to focus on the video editing software a little recently, and it made me late for stream today, so that's kind of how into it I've been. So. I'll make that my goal this weekend. Get that figured out before Sunday stream. I'm not gonna make any promises during the week because I find the stream and some of the social stuff around it usually wipe me out pretty good around the middle of the week. But I usually have some free time on like Friday and Thursday, or Friday and Saturday. There we go. Have an arm. Getting there. Oh, left arm time. Hey, this one. Oh, I put it over there. That's why I can't find it. Yeah, I think one thing I'll probably do when I do get that bot set up is I want to set up some links to the artists for my art. I have to hang up here too. These are actually like magnetic frames I got, so these should be pretty easy to change out the art. So I think I'm gonna start putting like a rotation stuff because I have an art bag that's like almost over too full now with prints I picked up over the last 3 years. So I'd like to show off more of that. Oh, it's gonna be weird this con season. This is the first con season in a while where I'm not gonna be able to spend a ton of money on art. I think I'm gonna replace it just by trying to talk to more of the artists and tell them what I like about what they do as my replacement for monetarily supporting them. Yeah, these were originally like a wall scroll type thing. They came with like a string on the top to attach them, but I really didn't like the aesthetic of that. But I like the magnetic function of it, where you can basically mount it and then quickly swap the art out, keep it mounted. So because of that, I basically just use them as kind of cheap frames. Oh, for sure. Yeah. I got a collection of those in my bag as well. I find those are less consistent though. I find it's very hit or miss whether a place will have business cards. A lot of places are just going with like a QR code in the table style thing now, which I understand. It's extra costs. It's not exactly like you're making huge margins on the art. Your time's free, right? Yeah, that's honestly was like the cosplay stuff is probably why I'm gonna keep going to conventions for a while. But the just going walking around the artist alley is still probably what I spend about 80% of my time at conventions doing. It was actually great going around in my Chainsaw Man cosplay last year when I went, because I had like 2 or 3 of the artists at the booth just kind of stop me and chat Chainsaw Man for a while when they saw I was dressed up at it. I remember one like excitedly basically yelled at me. He's like, "Oh, are you all caught up?" And as soon as I said, "Yeah," we just went right into it. It was great. Yeah. That was always really nice. Well, that's kind of what I'm looking forward to. Is it because it's absolutely just the higher quality your cosplay is, the more people will ask you for pictures. And it felt real good for the. I think I got asked for 3 or 4 people when I did that. And as I said, mine is super cheap. I got a mask online out of China and everything else. I kind of just bought it at thrift stores. Why am I losing my spot? There it is. Oh, absolutely. Like like if I had like handmade my mask, I would have had no issue at all putting that in as actually like a cosplay I made. But because I had kind of the purchase the one like really unique part of it, I didn't really feel good about trying to do anything like that. That's the one part. Like, and then even then, we'll see. Maybe if before this con season comes around and I have time, I might use a bit of what I learned about working with EVF foam to try and improve it. Because there are things about the mask I got that I wasn't super happy with that I'd like to improve. Oh, it's not on the sheet. That's why I'm having trouble finding it. It was really bad the first day, but conveniently it has like a large like plague doctor nose on top of it. So for the second day, I literally just drilled a bunch of holes into the bottom of it, and then it was fine. Yeah, literally, and it was right by where my mouth was, so it was perfect. It was just basically siphoning all my breath directly out of the vents. Yeah, actually, while we're talking about it, it is right behind me here. I can grab it. Oh, my shelf setup fell apart because of it, but it's the part of it you can't see on the camera right now. Yeah, that's the mask I picked up. And it was really bad breathability the first day, but then I just put a bunch of holes in the bottom of it the second day, and it worked out great. But yeah, the main things I want is these eyes could be a little big. If they were this same height, but round instead of oval, they'd probably be good. That would improve the visibility a lot. These are, I think on the actual proper mask, they had a much narrower connection point, and it was a little bit lower and like a little bit farther out. So I probably improved that. The nose is pretty big. Good. I actually like the nose. I think on the actual mask, it's much smaller and a little farther down, but I actually kind of like how this looks with it sticking out more. But I'd probably actually leave that part the same. Yeah, honestly, if I was going to remake this, I would probably cut it off right here, and I'd use this nose and remake this part. Well, another interesting thing about this is actually not the right color, which is what I wanted. Like, this is the color I wanted, but it's not the actual proper color for the character. It's because for a long time with Chainsaw Man, there wasn't like an official color version. So a lot of the fan artists painted the character originally with this color scheme, and I always liked it more than the actual color scheme they gave him. So I was actually kind of happy to find a mask that was made in that color scheme. Yeah, exactly. They're a bit smaller and a bit lower down on it. Actually, I think if they were just smaller, it would probably look closer. I think the only reason I think they need to be lower is because of how big they are. And that's the thing, like his art style is very sketchy. Like he definitely saves his like quality art for the big action scenes. And it was the funny thing about this character going back, because we had to went back and look for ideas for poses and stuff. And I realized this guy actually isn't in this manga the whole lot. He had like 4 scenes altogether, and most of them were like 3 or 4 panels. The kind of thing I didn't really realize until I kind of already was on that path to make it. Like, I like the character still, but I didn't realize how little he was actually in the story. Oh, absolutely. But that almost seems like it's starting to get to the point where you're just over engineering it. Like, as I said, those just drilling a bunch of holes near my face worked great. So I don't really see a need to overcomplicate it past that. If anything, I'd probably just get like a grate or something that I could install on the bottom. It's not a bad idea though, especially if I wanted to go for more complex, like complex design for the beak. That would be something I would probably consider. Yeah, it's definitely something I kind of want to keep in mind with this, because definitely a lot of the things I see in cosplay that I don't like seems to be going for like overcomplicating things to a degree. especially with a lot of people doing newer cosplay. It seems to be a pitfall they run into a lot, is trying to go overly complicated with what they're doing. That's why when I was like trying to plan out my cosplay I want to do, I'm trying to break it down into as few individual pieces as possible. And I think I've got it down that I could probably do it in 5, 6. I think 6 major pieces will probably be all I need, and everything else I can kind of just make up with clothing and stuff. Yeah, you need a helmet. We need the prop gun, the 2 shoulder pads, a like chest plate that I could probably add like a little apron, detail apron to help the lower body look better, and then 2 thigh pads. I think everything but the, yeah, I think even the chest piece I could probably establish by just getting like an apron and basically attaching a layer of EVA foam in the shape of the chest piece on top of it. And that way I could just kind of like a welder's apron almost. Like one of the really, no, I wouldn't even want that. I think it would have to be lighter than that. I'd probably come up with some solution. Worst comes to worst, I could probably just use a long kind of poncho shaped piece of EVA foam, but that probably, if you combine that with a belt, actually, you could probably contour that to look pretty okay. Something to think about. That's the part I haven't really figured out, is the chest piece. I haven't really put much construction thought into it, and kind of think more about. So I don't want to really go too complex with it, because it's going to be like right in the center of all the other parts. So I kind of want it to be as simple as possible, so it'll be really flexible. So if I make it too bulky, it'll make it even harder to move around with the other parts. Whereas I think if I keep most of the bigger parts to my like shoulders, I keep that in mind when I'm moving around. If I don't have to worry about a chest piece getting in the way as well, that'll help a lot. I definitely, it's something I enjoyed doing with when I did that first cosplay, is just keeping in mind, like, I have to wear this thing and move around in it, and trying to make concessions to make that as easy as possible. Because as awesome as like the 9-foot tall Space Marines and Gundam cosplays you see, those people are not having a good time. Those people are struggling. I'm sure they're having a good time. I shouldn't say that. The experience must be amazing for those people. But the actual act of moving around in those costumes does not seem fun. The amount of them I'd come across in a corner where they're just sat on top of a trash can because it's the only thing high enough for them to actually sit on with their like stilt legs. And just all the top parts of their costume removed and just steaming. Sorry, I'm being really picky about my orientation right now. Just make sure I have everything on the right way. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But you kind of need that for even, like, if you have any face coverage at all, unless you have really good visibility implementation. You basically, like, yeah, I couldn't walk around with that mask on. The few times I was taking pictures and moving around in a small area, I had Shut's there to help. Definitely hope the conventions aren't too much busier this year than they were last year. One of them especially was the like more independently run one was definitely a lot. It started to get very crowded at spots. There's a lot of line waiting. But it is what it is. It's just the medium's getting more popular. It shouldn't be a bad thing. Oh, I think I missed a piece on the last model. I'm just noticing there's a piece that wants me to install that I didn't install in the other arm. So let's cut two of those out and do them both at the same time. Oh, they're even smaller than that other piece. What an asshole model. No, not really. It's Josh. Just means they want more detail. Yeah, my solution for that mask is it had a strap connected by Velcro. Yeah, it being super crowded definitely it makes it as I said, especially since my favorite part is walking around the artist alley, especially with how tight those aisles are in the artist alley specifically, it gets real rough when it's super crowded. But yeah, as I was mentioning with that mask, it has a Velcro elastic strip behind the head is how it's attached, and I actually got some Velcro tape. And the costume for that is a suit jacket, and I put some of the Velcro tape underneath the lapel of the suit jacket, so that when I took the mask off, I could take the Velcro ends of the elastic strip that I had secured by my head and basically attach them on the underneath the lapels, so it basically hung on my chest while I walked around, and that's how I went around the convention most of the time. Yeah, I was pretty proud of that little innovation, and that's leading into the thing I was talking about with the zombie makeup, is that would actually really work really good as part of the actual costume, is if the character in story is technically a corpse with a devil inside it. So it's a very specific. It's actually a neat little it's something that's never actually outright confirmed in the canon, but there's a very strong fan theory of whose corpse it is. So I think it would be a neat little fan nod on it if I did up did it up with zombie makeup and the wounds specific for that character. Because it definitely seems like the type of thing that someone who really knows the lore would really get a kick at the scene. I just dropped one of these super tiny pieces and it just went immediately back beside the other piece. That was super lucky. Yeah, I need to put this tiny ass yellow piece in this slot. So let's see how this goes. I'm gonna angle it up so if I drop it, it should fall into the slot. Where are those tweezers? This is a pain. You really don't want to go in there, do you? It keeps sticking to my finger and pulling it out of the slot. Oh, sweaty hands. Why would you do this to me? Oh, I probably need to take this cuff off first before I can get that in there, actually, now that I look at it. Yeah, it's actually it's a neat fan theory too, because as I said, it never actually like the story basically moves on from those characters at a point, so it never really gets officially confirmed or anything. But when the anime came out, they did a bunch of unique endings for every episode in when they did the anime, and one of those had a bunch of references to that like fan theory that was really neat. Like it's oh, it was amazing because a bunch of those endings for it had really deep symbolic meanings that you wouldn't get if you had that was the first time seeing Chainsaw Man. You would have to have finished part one and go back and watch those endings, and there's a bunch of symbolism for the actual like endings of the series. I really hope they do more of that for the second season. I don't know if they will, but we'll see. Yeah, that was it. I had to take that cuff off. Oh, okay. Makes it easier, I guess. There, nice yellow detail piece. There we go. Yeah, that actually the place is actually pretty nice. I was wondering why that slot was still there on that piece. That explains it. Oh, I was wondering where this hand part came from. It's from this model when his gun fell off. Oh, nice. Now that I got that on there, you can go back over here. Oh, we're getting close to when I usually end. But as I said, I am going to power through, and we're going to finish this model tonight. Should rest. I remember most of this stuff should go by pretty quick once I get into it, and it's the funnest part. Building the weapons is always kind of my favorite part of building these kits. As long as I stop getting distracted. D2. D1. Yeah, I think the only other real like cosplay solution I was proud of with that costume was I had like a steam balaclava I'd wore underneath that mask, so it would kind of like basically block out everything that because it was a suit jacket, a white hoodie, and the mask. So with a balaclava, it basically made it so like the inside of the hood was kept nice and dark. But I had an issue with the shirt I had a slightly too loose a collar, like it wasn't a very tight collar, and it was the only like dark black shirt I had. And because of that, the balaclava would keep poking up above the shirt. So what I eventually did is I went in and took about 6 tiny clothespins and just kind of pinned it on the inside of the shirt on the neckline. And that had the bonus option of when I took the mask off and hung it on my collar, I'd just take the balaclava over and stuff it down my shirt. And it actually worked out really good because then if I needed to mask up real quick, I could just pull out the balaclava and pull it right over. it has the side effect of it's happened at least 3 or 4 times now of me go to put on a black shirt only to say be really confused with what the fuck's going on, only to realize it's, the balaclava is still pinned in there. Because I made sure to pin it in there real thoroughly so it was secure and from pretty much every angle, and because of that I didn't really feel like taking it off after. Right. Yep. Oh, hold on. It's falling off. There we go. We're covered. C22. Oh, I think this is our first empty sprue. Oh, this is confusing. I'm trying to alt-tab my window, and it's alt-tabbed on the screen across the room. There we go. Sorry about this. I'm just experimenting with something here. Alright, let's see if that works for what I want. I need to start trying out the stream marker system for stuff I want to edit later. There. See if that works. Yeah. First empty sprue is gone. Oh, yep. Oh, nice. Thanks, storyteller. I'll check that out stream. Got me lots of reference to to look up. I appreciate it. You're up. Yeah, definitely getting into streaming has kind of got my creative juices flowing a lot better. I think I needed something to kind of work, give me a goal to work towards on stuff, and doing that for one thing has made it a lot easier to try and do that for everything. So. It looks good. Feels a little rough. I'm not going to be touching it all that much. Alright, I gotta get the actual hand ready. There's probably a finger here too, isn't there? Oh no, that's on the other sheet. This one is empty. Okay, shit. This might be the last one for both of these then. Yeah, that thumb is the last thing on this one too. I'll have to add a button for this marker. I think I can add a button for this on my, where do I want this? Right here? Yeah, that one. Yeah, because I can definitely add a button to that to my tablet, but as you can see, my tablet's not doing, oh, my tablet's almost dead again. Sorry. Oh, actually, I'll be going on a break here in a second, so, not a second, but when I get this arm to, just plug this in for now. Yeah, I should be able to add a button to that tablet program I have to just put a quick marker, so that'll make it less awkward when I do so, but yeah, 2 more empty sprues for a double. Yeah. Now a back piece, D112. So got pieces for later. Yeah, I mentioned it before when I was building that first model, but I think when I got better at using this, I'd have to use this way less. And I'm already noticing it with this model. I've learned a couple little techniques to help make the cuts a little cleaner with this, and they've been working pretty good. Mostly just have to do with like how you angle the blade when you're cutting the piece. I find if you like, I was cutting like wherever the actual like mold seam was, I was basically cutting in line with that seam, and that worked pretty okay, but it always left a fairly smooth little residue that was hard to remove. So I found, especially for like that piece I had on the top, if it's close to an edge, I basically line it up like I would before, but then angle it along the edge a little bit. It seems to make a much cleaner cut that way. Hopefully I'll keep learning techniques like that to make this easier, and eventually hopefully, not hopefully, I like using that little knife. It is cathartic, kind of like a whittling wood kind of way. So I don't want to completely lose it, but definitely makes it a lot quicker when I'm not constantly having to do that for every piece. Thumb. Get in there. There we go. Backplate on. Insert the cuff. Put the bubble joint through the cuff. For another arm. There. Good. Yeah, we are double armed. So I think I'll probably, let's quickly do the head and then we'll take another quick 10-minute break. Then we'll come back and finish this thing off. 'Cause yeah, the head has a lot of small parts, but it's pretty quick. That's the other thing I gotta start considering is if I ever want to use these stickers. I don't really think so. It's like you're supposed to put them on the eyes, and I don't think I can do that in a way that'll actually look good. Yeah, I think if I'm gonna put these stickers on, I'll come back and do it after the fact. Yeah, looking at it, the places I'll actually need to put stickers aren't that bad. Yeah, if I need to, I'll come back and put it. But I think there's different types of these too. Because I heard these ones are, like, these are stickers. I think these are actually like water transfer. So I'd actually have to probably look up a quick little tutorial on how to do those. C1. A neat thing they do apparently is like 6 or so months after they put out a new model, they basically release a like super version of these sticker packs where they're all like I think like these might be 3 types. It might be stickers, water transfer, and dry transfer. And I think the dry transfer ones are actually supposed to look really good. And I think they basically, about 6 months after a new kit comes out, if the kit's popular, I think they usually release a like expansion sticker pack. It's like a big sheet of just dry transfer. I think that's, like, as I said, it's a part of it I'm really unfamiliar with, so I kind of dig into it a bit before I make definitive statements of how it works. But it always seemed like situations where you'd want to use a sticker, it'd be better just to kind of like paint. But as I said, people seem to universally like the dry I'm saying dry transfer. I don't know if it actually is the dry transfer, but I'm just using that to refer to the like high quality decals they put out for these kits, and they seem to be pretty universally praised. So there has to be something good about them. Here. 13. Little skull case. Yeah, I probably shouldn't cut too many of these because these are all pretty small. So. Oh, why don't lose them? So let's put these together before I move on. Yeah, I've also heard it's like those like applicator brushes you sometimes have in like polish. I've heard those are really good for that, for actually like wetting the proper wet transfer ones. It apparently allows you to be really specific with how much actual moisture you apply, so you can apply just a much, so you can basically just enough on it so that it will transfer off, but still is kind of stable. So you can kind of transfer it with the backing up to the point where you actually just need to put it on the piece. I think, as I said, it's something I really haven't looked too deep into, but I have seen a couple people do it as part of other videos. But yeah, that would actually probably work too. Oh, there's nothing wrong with that at all, storyteller. That's admirable in my opinion. Like that's the thing is, like, it almost always will come in handy. Like as I said, like a lot of these creative stuff has so many crossovers that you never know. I think that's why, like historically, things like conservatories were so actually effective at like nurturing the arts, is because there was a bunch of different disciplines of arts in the same place. Only thinking about conservatories because it actually reminded me of like a really old. Yeah, this is probably early on in my like watching Rompa careers. Yes, those. I've actually heard those makeup sponges are ideal for applying the that like plastidip stuff we mentioned earlier. Apparently, those are pretty good for applying those because if you try to use any brush, it's just going to ruin the brush. But apparently, those sponges are nice for a pretty even application of it. Okay, I think we're put all these small little pieces together. Ooh! Oh, I almost lost the clear piece in the carpet. That would have been bad. Tiny red piece. Oh, it's his chin. Okay. Square piece up. Oh man, that piece is not tight. Probably has another piece securing it. Yeah, this chin piece. Yeah, and here you can actually kind of see that thing I was talking about earlier, where the eye part is actually clear plastic material, and it actually has like a stick of it that goes all the way to the back of the model. And on the back of the head, there will actually be a little window that opens up to this. So if you have a light, you can shine it in the back, and it'll make the eyes on the front shine. And this little like part up, and it'll actually shine throughout the entire piece and show up on like this little part up here, and some other spots where it pokes out. Yeah, and as I said, the ones that are actually designed to take the lighting kits are a little more actual. They actually have these glass channels in a lot more spots. Most of these ones only have it in the head, because this way, even if you just have a spotlight, if you put the spotlight behind it, pointed at the back of the head, it should shine through and hopefully light up the eyes. Okay, I don't think that chin's gonna sit there, stay in there until I have the other pieces up. So I'm gonna get those pieces prepped. That was almost catastrophic. Billiards happen. I guess Peggle might be more modern. Game involving bouncing balls. Yeah, sure. Step. Hmm. Oh, on the bottom here. Okay. I was wondering where the screw attachments were. Yeah, absolutely. On my luck, this red piece would land perfectly, so the red was like down. It was only white showing up. But at least it is a very vibrant red, so we probably have better luck even then. Okay. So we're ready. Attach that chin. There. A little bit. With yonder knife. Smooth that a little. Chin still come off. Wonder if I'm misattaching that somehow. It doesn't look like there's going to be any more pieces going on the front. So let me take a moment to examine that again. Once I finish this. That should not be falling off that easily, I don't think, from what these instructions are saying. No, it's installing this and that was the first step. That's so loose. Sorry, I know I'm blocking the camera. I'm just trying to read. So everything this is saying, it doesn't look like this piece should be loose. Should slot right in there. Why it is not? Oh well. Worst comes to worst, I'll leave it off and I'll glue it in there later. Still need to pick up some glue to repair that hip plate, but I haven't really been really motivated to do it just yet because it's holding on there pretty good, even without the part. But this piece would bug me enough I need to fix it. Yeah, from everything I see, this should be gripping it. Let me try and put those side plates on and see if they do anything to secure it first before I make rash decisions. A21. Okay, there are more cheek plates, so hopefully these will pressure these pieces to stay in place. Cheeks are trimmed. Let's go more. Nice. They the last little bit. There we go. So, come on, cheeks. Hold that mouth in place. This way, with point spacing down. This is promising, promising. We have cheek secure bit. It's still wobbly in there, but it is not popping out anymore. I don't care if it wobbles. Character. Don't plan to be touching it too much. Yeah, and you can see there's actually clear pieces visible from the front there. So even if you're front lighting it, it should still go in and hopefully make those eyes light up. Oh, we still got one last thing. Oh, speaking of, that might be another empty sprue. Empty sprue. Empty sprue. You're up to 3. A 3 for. At this rate, that means the next one should be 4 at a time. But I don't think that'll work. Hey, nice! What are you building for your first gunpla? This isn't far from my first. I think this is my 6th overall. I'm still pretty new myself. But yeah, Astro Monkey, what are you building? Burning Gundam, nice. I haven't built an HG kit yet. I've mostly been sticking to the master grades. Yeah, how's it been? You been having fun? Hell yeah, that's great to hear. Yeah, as I said, I've been really enjoying it since I started getting back. I had done some high grade kits when I was younger. But I came back and started doing master grade kits probably about 2 years ago. And I've been having a lot of fun doing it recently. I just recently started streaming me doing it because I wanted to document my builds a bit, and it seemed like a good way to maybe have some conversation while I do. But yeah, with that, these 3 sprues are pretty much empty. Nothing left for me. So say goodbye to the 3. Hell yeah! Got anything you're particularly looking forward to starting to build? Yeah, I was thinking about picking up a high grade kit just to kind of get a sense for the difference between it and the master grade. Because it's been so long since I've done one. I definitely like the bigger size of the master grade for sure. And like a lot of the interesting internal mechanisms are very neat with the master grade, but I'm sure as the last time I did a high grade was decades ago, so I'm sure the quality of them has improved a lot since then. Oh, hell yeah, the Wing Gundam Zero. Yeah, those should be pretty fun. I like building the master grade one I have back here. He's in parts right now because I've been doing some panel lining on him, but that was actually the kit that got me back into doing the Gundam kits. Because I picked that up on holiday one year. It got me back into the hobby. Yeah, I hope you have a lot of fun doing that. Like I said, a lot of my building of these things is fueled by nostalgia. But when I got back into it, I actually really enjoyed it from like It's not like people who enjoy doing puzzles is always the analogy I use, where it's just the process of putting something together is very satisfying. Yeah, I hope you enjoy putting together the rest of those kits. I think I've got an Evangelion model, and I've got another one of these Gundam Wing models. And after that, I'm going to start branching out into other series models, so. Do let me know if you'd put any. That was the Burning Gundam, was it? I gotta look that one up. I'm actually really unfamiliar with a lot of the Gundam series outside of Wing. So I've been kind of keep my ear to the ground of what people are talking about to try and look up after. Side panels on. Yeah, I've been doing that with Wing. Since I came back and started building these Gundam Wing models, I went back and watched the old Gundam Wing anime. It's been a trip. I gotta say, it's hard watching old anime sometimes, but I actually, for full nostalgia, I've been watching the dub rather than sub, which I usually prefer, and it's giving me some laughs at least. Yeah, that looks like that's the headpiece done. There, pretty much got the body finished. Bring that down a little bit, get a better focus. There we go, that looks better. Yeah, as you said, I am finishing this thing tonight, so I am going to be back to do the backpack and his weapons. But for now, I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break here. Yeah, I really appreciate everyone coming out to join me. And as I said, I've actually been having a lot of fun chatting while I build this, so I hope you'll be back when I return, and we'll finish this thing off. Sorry, as I mentioned, my usual control tablet's dead, so I gotta Alt-Tab on the wireless keyboard. Thanks for joining me, everyone. I will be back in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Back here for the final stretch to go ahead. Where we are so far. Nice bit of progress. We were at the start of the stream, we just had the lower body done. So we've done all this up here today. Really looking good. Yeah, now we just got to do the backpack and his weapons. We should be all done. Thank you very much, Storyteller. I've been having a lot of fun with this. Actually thinking a little on my break there. I think I'm going to go ahead and do the plunge and order a couple more of these models so I can keep doing these streams a little more frequently. As I said, I was really strongly considering cutting back and doing it one of these a week in 3 game streams, but I really enjoyed doing this. Hey, thanks for the follow, Astro Monkey. Really appreciate that. Just starting out, so every little bit helps. So, yeah, once again, thanks you so much. Yeah, where were we? On that backpack. Yeah, and I'm done. Yeah, as I said, I'm fairly new to the model building. Again, I did 1 or 2 when I was very young, but I've only got back into it the last couple of years. Only really seriously in the last couple months. But it's been a lot of fun. Yeah. Oh, just stop wandering aimlessly and actually figure out what I need to do here. Here we go. Oh, it's a very simple backpack too. Okay, that'll be quick. Yeah, now that I think about it, even with me rewatching Gundam Wing, all of these actual specific models I have here are the specific models from the like Gundam Wing movie. They're actually slightly different than the show's designs. Well, actually, I probably should go back and watch that pretty soon. Just actually, as you said, as Astro Monkey mentioned earlier, would be really neat to go see the exact mechs I have built in animation. G8. I was gonna try and watch through all the anime first, and then go watch the movie, because I think it's how it goes chronologically. But I also remember the movie generally being higher quality than the TV show, which would be nice. Hey, there it is. It was actually it started to really remind me, especially with how like the main character as very much shown as like this kid who was basically raised to be a soldier and had never really experienced school life, kind of experiencing that for the first time. Really reminded me of Full Metal Panic. I don't know if you've ever checked that out. That had a similar concept. But that one actually went really weird, because the first season, like Full Metal Panic, the actual series, was a season, and that was like a semi, like, not realistic, but like semi-serious take on like a guy escaping being a soldier and going undercover in a school, and it actually was very much like Gundam Wing, where it's kind of a serious take on it. But then they released the second season, which was Full Metal Panic Fufumo, I think it was called, or some weird like fluffy term like that. And that was literally a like school life hijink show. Just was like very tangentially related to this very serious backstory, but it never actually dealt with any of that serious backstory in that series anymore. It became a pure like school life show. Yeah, it was actually really interesting, because I had seen Full Metal Panic quite a bit ago, and I really didn't draw the comparisons between like the male leads in both those series and between Gundam Wing and it. And it's very reminiscent seeing this, but this came out like a good 10 years before that. Gundam Wing did, than Full Metal Panic. Yeah, this is a much simpler backpack than the other mechs I've had. I keep saying mechs, I suppose I should say that, but yes. Whoa. I think these blues. Yes. Actually, need F12. I'm trying to think what other mech anime I've seen. Knights of Magic. Knights of Magic wasn't bad. Yeah, despite the title Mech's Magic, it's a mech show. But it is medieval mechs, I guess, so it kind of works. The Knights and Knights of Magic are mechs. Well, that Full Metal Panic. Something's gonna be my big cough here. Oh, just realized because of handling plastic, my fingers smell like plastic. Never noticed that before. I wonder if it's just because I'm handling it so much more at once than I usually do. So when I built these off stream before I started streaming it, I would usually do it in like 2-hour chunks. That seemed to be the way I'd usually do it. So I usually don't build them all at once. I think this is coming up on 5 hours. So maybe that's contributing to my fingers smelling more like plastic than usual. Oh yeah, definitely when I get a chance, I'll panel line that. That'll look way better. See, this is actually the exact situation where I wouldn't mind having like yellow paint. So if I had yellow paint, I'd paint each of these little detail spots on the top and bottom yellow, and it would actually be a really nice contrast. And then I'd just do all these surrounding lines black. Same with these. Like I'd probably, if I had red paint, I'd probably paint the interior of this red to give it more contrast. But plans for the future. I think that's what I'll do when it's time for actually to go buy the paint. Is I think I'll sit down and look at all my models, and I'll figure out like the 2 or 3 different paint colors that I'd use the most. Try those to start. Sometimes it's normal Astro Monkey. One thing you can do is if you go to the front of the manual where this sheet, any pieces that aren't actually used in the kit will actually have a little X over them like this. So if you can find the sprue on this page and look, see if those pieces have an X over them on this page, it means you don't need to use them. You're okay. Because sometimes they, like a lot of these sprues, it's the same sprue they include in like 3 or 4 different kits, and one of those kits will use those pieces and the others won't. So it just happens sometimes. That I check that first. If on that sheet they don't have an X on them, then yeah, you'd probably start digging through the instructions to see if you missed a step. Hell yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, it's a very relieving feeling the first time of like, oh shit, I have pieces left over. Oh, okay, I don't need them. I'm good. Yeah, it took me a couple times before I realized that, so I'm happy I was able to pass that on to you right away. Then on the back. Hell yeah. Doesn't look too bad for how simple it is. Okay, weapon time. Beam trident is one piece. I literally cut this piece out, and that's the beam trident. I assume I attached that if I wanted it ignited, but there's no like detail pieces on this one. Yep. Yeah, I'm saving my runners currently because, as you can kind of see here, I'm also saving my little nibs from each model I do, and I'm thinking I might try and do like a layered sand art thing at the end, because as you can kind of tell, you can kind of see the color palette for every different. Because it's not a very clean container I have it in right there, but this is the container for this guy over here, the Death Scythe. And you can kind of tell, you can see the different color palettes and the different nubs. So I'm kind of saving the sprues because I think I might chop the sprues up into little bits like this and layer it and kind of have like a layered art of all the different models in little plastic pieces. Because I always wanted to do something with this because I noticed that like color palette line up with the pegs, because I always used to collect this stuff just to not make a mess. Just toss that up there. Good. Yeah. In my experience with these single-sided clippers I mentioned earlier, Storyteller, this is, in my experience, the one time they're not super useful is when it's just a completely round surface, because they have a really hard time actually getting enough bite. These, I always find the knife is way easier. But I imagine with time, I'll probably figure out a technique to make this work with the clippers as well. Yeah. It's nice even enjoying doing the Gundam building though there, Astro Monkey. As I mentioned, I kind of want to pick up a high grade kit just to kind of see the difference between them and these master grade kits. Because these ones are a fair bit more expensive, so if the high grade kits ended up being fun, I wouldn't mind saving a bit of money on them. But conversely, I imagine I have read they do have much less parts. Not much less, but they have less parts than these ones. So I imagine I'd probably end up building them much faster as well. Ooh. Sorry if I'm quiet here for a bit here. I just had on an extra hour streaming than I usually do. Kind of ran through most of the topics I had in mind. So trying to get into the zen of cleaning pieces as well. Oh, there is another piece here. It just doesn't actually illustrate it. That's tricky. I'm not sure if I like that. It doesn't actually illustrate here at all attaching the piece, but there's a piece I'm supposed to attach there. Right here. Knife here in a second. A little too soft for this too. Maybe it's this material actually. Maybe it wasn't just the fact that this is round, because I'm having trouble cutting this with the single-sided clippers too. Maybe it's just the softness of the plastic. Hell yeah! Thanks for stopping by, Haster Monkey. Hope you have a great evening, and I hope your next build goes just as good as this one. Thanks again for joining me and for the follow. Hope to see you around again. I'll probably be back Thursday to start my next one, I'm thinking. Yeah. A beam pitchfork. Figure that one out. I guess it makes as much sense as a beam scythe blade, but at least that one's a single blade. This doesn't really explain. Shield time. Yeah. I don't know. I always liked Kylo Ren's lightsaber when it was. I guess it was mostly just in like early concept art and like fan art of it more than the actual stuff that showed up in the movie. But I always kind of liked it where those were just like heat vents, and it wasn't actual lightsaber blades coming out of the side. It was like the ambient glow of like the heat radiating out. Or like the overflow of the power, like when it, yeah, neat stuff like that. The way it ended up, it just was like a laser crossguard. Just question how small the lightsabers are going to get. Laser toothpicks, stab your neck with. One on every finger. Did you ever see any of the like Star Wars anime shorts they did last year? I think they're actually going to be doing more of them actually, but it was like a year or two ago. There was like a series of like six. They got actual like proper Japanese animation studios to make them. And some of those had some crazy ass lightsabers in them. They got Trigger to do one. The Trigger one's insane. The Trigger one has a guy like riding on top of an X-wing to cut a Star Destroyer in half with like the giant lightsaber. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely at least check out like there's a Trigger one, and then there's another one that was like that did a really good job of having like it was basically a fight between a really old Sith Lord and like a recent Sith apprentice, and the animation in that was for the lightsaber fight was amazing. But it was that one and the Studio Trigger one were the highlight ones for me. Just the fact that it was seeing like official Star Wars stuff done by Trigger was crazy. Yeah, I forgot the actual name for it, but it's like an anthology series. It came. I think it came out about a year ago. Yeah, not all of them were. They were all well animated. Like it was neat seeing different animation studios' interpretations of known Star Wars stuff. But most of them really struggled to be more than kind of fan service. Trigger was fan service, but Trigger was Trigger's fan service. It was like actual Trigger fan service instead of Star Wars fan service. That was probably my biggest gripe about the like new trilogy of the Star Wars movie. Is I forget which one it was I saw, but it was literally just like, hey, you remember this thing? You remember this thing from the original trilogy? Do you remember this thing? Oh, there's that thing and that thing. It's like, Jesus Christ, we get it. You're a Star Wars movie. How are you focus on the story you're trying to tell now? What's a satisfying click? Oh wow, there's actually a lot of these little yellow detail pieces that are going into the shield. They actually build it up quite a bit. I overall didn't mind the new trilogy too much. It wasn't until they started getting really like ass pully with some of their plot developments. Specifically, it was going to the Death Star wreckage and Sidious casting I Summon Star Destroyer for the two parts where it was like, oh, okay, this is a little too magic. Just it was the Star Destroyer one was just when it came out. Obviously, weren't really as much. It was Star Wars. It never really cared about the hard sci-fi of anything, but they at least tried to keep up mild appearances at points. Whereas the Star Destroyer just being crashed on a planet in some way after blowing the fuck up as it did in the movie is dumb. Oh, that whole thing around the Death Star in those movies with little dagger thing they had to line up with it as if it hadn't shifted at all in any amount of time. That was the bit I remember reading about with the whole like kind of decanonization of a wide swath of the novel universe for Star Wars that happened a couple of years ago. It was like one of the things that was lost in that was the like in between period Darth Sidious, where he actually had to like run the Empire and he's with Darth Vader working under him, and it just very much seemed like he didn't really want to be doing any of it. It's very much a case of I made the Empire to do crazy space wizard shit, not the other way around. Yeah, this shield actually has a lot of detail pieces on it. Should look pretty good when it's done, hopefully. The natural little depth bits there. $16, $17. Colors too. This shield's actually going to be real pretty when it's done, I think. Excuse me, I'm just going to mute my mic for a second. I return. I think once we finish the shield, it should just be the arm then. That's kind of the most unique piece of this kit, so I'm looking forward to it. But even then, like, this shield has actually been pretty unique in itself. I don't think I've really had to build up, like, detail pieces like this on any of these pieces, any of the kits I've made so far. To this extent, at least. Oh, but that's almost. You almost got to toss it. There's one more. Oh, but we do have a little one of them, so let's. Oh, wow. What? Oh, sorry. No, we're not ending. Sorry. Do not ignore the message on your screen. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Couldn't quite see what was happening. Oh, that actually is what I wanted, though. Nice. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I keep palming my ending button on my tablet. There we go. Yeah. Empty screw I had earlier that I forgot about. Gone. Yeah, yeah, yep. That's Star Wars is absolutely just a fantasy story in space. It's not a bad comparison. Yeah, I never really got into Star Trek. Like Chef gushes about it all the time, but never really something that grabbed me. I like some of the clips I've seen, but I've also just so much of it. I have seen some very not great stuff. Not an offensive in any way, just seems kind of schlocky. Same with like Doctor Who. Some of the older like episodes of Doctor Who, it seems like that. Yup. I remember hearing that story. I still remember like renting the original trilogy. That was probably one of my first like movies I rented from a video store. Was the first two of the movie, the first three Star Wars movies. We rented those on VHS back in the day. I just missed the prequels. I think I was like just graduating high school. Oh no, the prequels came out while I was in high school. Cause I had a buddy who was super into them at the time. But definitely my nostalgia is for the original sequels, because those are what I watched when I was a kid. For the original, not the original sequel, but you know what I mean. The olds. Yeah, that's coming together super nice. What now? What now? Wait, is that it? No, that can't be it. Oh, I forgot to put some pieces in. Okay, A22. Put those in. Yeah, these guys along here go on there too. The original trilogy. Yeah, the ones that were from the 80s. Yeah, those are the ones I watched on VHS when I was a kid. And the original prequels that came out were right when I was in high school. Oh, for sure. It's confusing. I heard the Star Wars TV shows are a mixed bag, but I heard the good ones are really good. Like I heard Andor is supposed to be amazing. I watched I think the only one of those TV shows I've seen is I watched the first season of The Mandalorian. That wasn't bad, but it wasn't super great either. Or at least for me. But yeah, the amount of people I've heard just gushing about Andor makes me really want to check it out. And like, you know, dealing apparently it actually like deals with like the fact that the rebellion's a rebellion. Like it very much seems like as the movies came around, it very much seemed to stop being about like, no, you're trying to be revolutionaries. That's not always a very clean job. Oh yeah, I've heard that about the animated series as well. I think the only one of those I've seen is like the original like cartoon Clone Wars. I think that's the only one of those I've seen. Yeah, as I said, I saw the first season of The Mandalorian, and I heard more of that was pretty good, but I also heard it kind of went really downhill when it got into like the Boba Fett stuff. Generally, there's just so much stuff to watch. I have enough stuff on my list that am almost positive is quality. But I can't really take a risk on stuff I've heard mixed reviews on. That's why I haven't watched most of like the Marvel TV shows. I think the only one, recent one of those I've seen is it was like Loki, first season of Loki. Okay, I think once I get these detail pieces on the shield will be done. Then it's just the dragon arm. Looks like it isn't too. Oh no. It's not too. Oh, okay. Like half of this is just transformation instructions. Okay, yeah, this isn't so bad. Yeah, there is. I think it's maybe just because it's a similar shade to a lot of the grays, so I think it's showing up as fairly heavy on blue. Because I think some of the grays are kind of phasing into the lineup of the blues. Because in reality, I think it's just this one blue sprue, and meanwhile, there's like 5 or 6 gray sprues. So I think that might be what's happening. Or maybe I've just been really good at collecting the blue parts of the sprues. That's also like I'm sure there's. But even looking around on this table, all the pieces on the table, there seems to be quite a few blue among those. Who knows? That is an interesting observation, though. Oh, right, I got some caffeine to keep me going, too. Taking that in a moment. Pretty satisfying snaps. And of course, it stops snapping the second I try and capture it. Yeah, looking pretty spiffy. Oh, let's attach that shield over here, actually. Skip ahead there. F5. Go. Oh, it actually rotates in there too, so you can rotate the shield on his arm. Nice. Yeah. That. Touch on the arm. Nice. There we go. Shield. And actually, let's hold off. I don't know where I want him to hold that trident just yet. I want to see how the dragon arm is. But away we go on that, and that'll be the last thing. Gee. Oh yeah, it looks like here's all the parts for the dragon arm. 21, 18, 22. I gotta do that twice. 18. Little hinge piece. Now I do need to do these twice, but I don't want to get them mixed up, so I'm going to clean these pieces first and attach them if I cut more of them out. Assuming these are just going to be mostly the links for when he extends the arm. Hey, welcome, Drew. How's it going? Hope you're enjoying this fine evening. You're actually just in time. We're just wrapping up the pretty much last part of this thing. Let me just get these couple pieces together and I'll show you where we're at so far. Yeah, that's what we got so far. And by that I mean it's almost everything. Pretty much just he has a like a dragon head he wears on his other arm. I gotta finish. That's what I'm working on now. Yeah, I'm going actually quite a bit later than I usually do, but I wanted to get this finished in one go tonight. And I'm actually still feeling really good. It's been a lot of fun putting this together on stream. Thank you, Drew. Yeah, it's a nice thing is like all the models I'm building are all basically from the same movie, from the series. So they should look pretty good when they're all together. Yeah, I have one more model from this series, and then after that, I think I every other model from that series I can get is just different versions of the ones I already have. So I think from there, I'll probably start going out and exploring other series model that is. Yeah, this was the part of the model I was actually looking forward to building the most as well. This arm basically can transform and is kind of the feature part of this model. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it actually comes out. It actually worked out great that it was the very last thing I had to build on it. Best for last. now we put armor plates on these. Nice. 820. Yeah, I am probably going to get into that. I've actually mentioned earlier, I'm probably going to start out just getting some basic acrylic paints to do some painting on these models, just to kind of get some brush techniques down and get some practice on that before I get into actually like really minor work. But yeah, I have a box of Tyranids upstairs. I probably eventually want to get down to painting. But I also want to get into painting a bit to help kind of detail these some more. Yeah, it's definitely an avenue I'm going to be exploring probably pretty soon here. I've already started kind of looking up what I want to start with, but I just got to figure out my colors and get a few supplies. But I also figure I'll just get some cheaper brand like craft store acrylic paints to start with practicing, because at the start at least the paint quality is not going to be what's limiting me. It'll be my technique. So I figure I'll start practicing with that on these that are a little bigger, and then when I have a bit more control of my brush technique, I'll give it a shot at trying the miniatures. H4 and H8. It's not H. Which one's H? E? Oh no! We got a wild sprue somewhere. Did I actually toss one that's still in pieces? Oh no! Nope. Oh wow! Look at all the. This must be all the plating for the arm. This piece is untouched. I literally haven't cut a single piece from the sprue yet. That's wild. That's why I couldn't find it, because I literally never used it yet. And H8 down here. Yeah, should be good for now. Yeah, I mentioned this earlier, but it's kind of neat how the confluence of like, because I've been doing a lot more video editing as part of the streaming, just trying to get some clips made and some of my VODs edited and stuff like that. And that's actually been super motivating in like other creative fields. Like I've actually been brainstorming a bunch of the cosplay stuff I want to try and get ready for next year's convention season. And I was actually talking to a storyteller, and she gave me a bunch of good references earlier. Yeah, you actually might be. Yeah, you're familiar with Warhammer Adventures, aren't you? Yeah, I'm thinking about trying to get a like Tau Fire Warrior cosplay together for next year's con season. So I think I can actually get that together pretty not hard, and it's an excuse to try and learn to work with some EVA foam, which I've been looking for an excuse to work with. I'm probably gonna go for more flashiness. I don't mind the wear and tear much, but I definitely with these, like these guys are already so colorful. It wouldn't be bad to do a weathering effect, but I definitely think to start, I'm basically just gonna use it for. I mentioned, yeah, I mentioned it earlier, but this specific piece is kind of what I'm helped me to illustrate what I'm thinking. You can kind of see how much actual detail there are on some of these pieces, but because it's all the same color, you kind of can't really see any of it from a distance. So I think just going in and putting some contrasting colors on some of these segments would help this actually pop quite a bit, look a lot better. And even something as simple as a lot of the gray parts have quite a bit of detail on them. But it's because it's all gray, you can't really quite make it out. So even just using like a slightly lighter shade of gray to highlight some panels, I think would actually help it improve the looks quite a bit. I know it helps improve the looks quite a bit because I've seen other people do it. But yeah, but that's the plan for now. I probably will try out some weathering techniques, especially with the when I eventually end up doing those armored core kits. I'll probably end up trying to do weathering with those because those already look they already have like a very kind of realistic steel coloring on some of the parts, so it seems like it'd be good to kind of mash that up with some weathering on some of the parts that aren't as realistic looking. Ooh, cut. Doesn't matter. It's fine. Yeah, definitely probably gonna try at least try the flashiness for start. Yeah, nice, Drew. Yeah, as I said, the literally only other experience I have for painting was probably with when I first picked up this Tyranid box. I tried painting then, and I had pretty poor results at the time, but I was also a lot younger, so I think with a little more patience and especially doing all this stuff to help increase my dexterity, it'll be nice. But yeah, I have been doing some panel lining on some of my other mechs. It gives it kind of like a comic book style to it a little bit. So I think especially that combined with like a little flashier contrasting colors would help actually really make these things pop. Yeah, I've been doing the exact same thing too, Drew. I've been actually watching a bunch of people doing painting of these models on stream and stuff over the last couple days. Try and get some ideas and myself into the mindset of what you need to do. Definitely the most repeating fact that comes up is it seems to be the preparation of the surface you're going to be painting and the preparation of the paint you're going to be using seem to be like the two key things. If you get those down, everything else kind of comes naturally. Yeah, generally those two things seem to be the things that if you can get those taken care of, your technique will naturally improve over time, and can't really make up for those other two things with technique. Or not realistically, especially when you're just learning. Yeah, I pretty much came to the conclusion I'm probably just gonna pick up some like kind of cheapish craft store acrylic paint to learn with, because like yeah, you know it looking at Warhammer paints that actually like hobby paints are so expensive. But it's probably the best quality stuff you can get for that purpose. Okay, I think we're pretty much prepped here. Let's use a little more trick. probably just need to flex it. Wait. Oh, I put that on upside down, didn't I? Yeah. No, I didn't. Oh, I didn't put it upside down. I'm putting the part on the wrong side. I see. Okay, that makes more sense. Oh, that's super neat. So you actually use those same pens for that storyteller? That's great. That's super cool. Yeah, I've actually been quite a fan of them. The fine print allows you a lot of control over your lines. Oh, I think this is one of the jaws. Okay, yeah, and then these fold up. This. Oh, okay, actually they fold up nicely. See how they get stored. What do we need? All G parts. G. 19, 23, 24. Nice! Yeah, it sounds like you've already done your research. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do is I think I'll probably, maybe even when I get that next Gundam model done, I'll take a look at, set them all out, just kind of look across them and see what colors I could probably get the most use out of. I think is how I'll decide, and I'll pick up 3 or 4 colors of that. I know I want to get a gold one, because I have a model I'm planning to pick up in the future that I'm going to need gold paint for, so I think gold would definitely be one of the colors, but I'm thinking probably a bright red, a bright blue, a bright yellow, and maybe a lighter gray. Actually, I might just get a kit with the primary colors in white and black, because that would allow me to mix pretty much everything I wanted, along with the gold. But yeah, at least to start, I'm probably just going to stick with like cheap acrylic store brand, but as I said, I'm working with a lot bigger surface, so I'm a lot less worried about the quality of the paint. 23, 24. Oh, down here in the end. Yeah, getting back into mini painting would be cool, especially with like when I got into it last time. It was definitely really like I was on the internet, but I really wasn't like part of internet forums or part of like online communities at all at that point. There's so much more information online about stuff like that. I imagine it'd be a lot easier to find good tutorials. Oh, this is it right here. Oh, I think mostly for what I'm going to be doing for the cosplay, it'll probably just be the beam rifle for the main prop. And then I was thinking I can probably get away with the big shoulder pad on this shoulder, a smaller one on this shoulder, the 2 thigh pads, and I think I'm going to try and do a chest piece, but kind of keep the chest piece pretty thin and have it more just be a little couple like Eva foam plates on top of more of like an apron that'll have some of the like lower body detail, simplify things. Yeah, the mask is one of the things I'm kind of actually looking forward to trying to make that. That's one thing with this project is it's something I kind of want to challenge myself to try and make it myself and enter it into like their cosplay contest they have in the conventions in the summer. But yeah, I already started. I'm thinking I'm probably gonna end up buying like a dirt or seeing if I can't find like a secondhand dirt bike helmet somewhere, and then building up on top of it with EVA foam for the helmet. Yeah. Yeah, same to you, Drew. As I said, it seems like we kind of have similar ideas of maybe trying to jump into some of that as some stuff to keep us busy in the future. So I hope it goes well for you, man. As I said, probably I'm actually when I do get into it, I'll probably end up streaming a lot of it. So feel free to come by and check out and give me tips. I'm sure we'll both discover different things as we go through the process. Clean that up more before I attached it, but oh well, hindsight. There we go. Nice, should be good. Maybe a little clean up there. F4. Oh, is this the last piece on this one? No, there's these tiny ass things, whatever they are. the start of the lower jaw. I'll make sure to check that out. Actually, I'll take a quick note of that right away here, Drew. As I said, I got a bunch of recommendations for stuff to read up earlier for Storyteller for some of the other aspects, so especially for always on the hunt for more stuff. Where's that note I had for my project? There it is. Venturella. Oh yeah, thanks for that, Drew. And yeah, if you find anything else that's good, feel free to shoot it my way. 7. Oh, now it's these last 2 pieces. Short respite for you, Sprue. Yeah, let's do a quick marker. Let's get quicker at that. And yeah, another empty sprue. Yeah, I figure streaming some of my cosplay work will probably be useful, because they apparently like you when you enter a lot of the like craftsmanship competitions for the stuff where you make your own costume. They want you to show quite a bit of documentation for like your build process and stuff, and apparently they use that fairly heavily in their judging. So I imagine if I record me doing the whole thing, it'd probably be pretty good documentation, or at least allow me to make a good document after the fact with all the footage. E17. Okay, yeah, now finally it's this big piece. This is much bigger than I expected it to be, actually. I forgot how big this thing was. The arm, that is. When this is fully extended, it's going to be quite large. Oh yeah, Evil Ted Smith. Will do, Storyteller. Thanks once again. That one's a little more memorable than the other one, so I think I'll be okay with that one. It's a very unique name, and in its non-uniqueness. That also works. Yeah, if you're still around there, Drew, yeah, if you ever do find videos like that, you can always feel free to hit me up on Discord and send it there. I think you can probably just find me through Shuts' Discord server. rotate that to the mark, the sprue marks on the inside. Yeah, that's best that angle. Yeah, that one's not too bad. That one. Yeah, there we go. What am I missing here? Oh, okay. I was missing that this piece is this piece, but inverted. Okay. That's subframe for the top of the head. Now we put the plates on. 6 and 9. Both these actually. Oh, those get scratchy. Up on this home stretch. top piece goes on first. Side parts go on. There's where they go on, or they go forward? Nope, so it goes on right about here. Oh, I see. They go on over here, so it pops up the side. Alright. Yep. Okay, that's right. Nice. It's real snug there. You can kind of see the dragon taking form here. Ears, nose. Tight. Nice. Now we want H3, H2. Oh, it's a bunch of flaps. Oh, it's a good one for separating. H2 and H1 right here. Okay, cool. And one more piece on that one. Sort of Patrick Warburton quote storyteller. I still love how that guy basically made a career off that one voice. He pretty much just does that same voice and everything. fins. And covers. Yeah, movable fins there. What? Oh, next we mount these jaws. Wait, that's a piece I didn't clean. Off the spot too. Oh, squeeze too hard. Pop the tooth out. Hey, pull the jaws up. Oh, last jaw. 5. Last piece on this screw. Save that aside, see if this is going to be the last one for any of these other ones too. G20. Yep, that's the last one on this one. Pile and 818 right here, and yeah, it's the last one on that one as well. Yeah, it's truly coming to the end now. Running out of sprue. Yeah, quick marker. Sweet. So yeah, another triple. I think that's the second triple tonight. 1, 2, 3, party. Oh, actually, should probably be careful about shooting them directly behind me. There's a heat lamp there. Thankfully, they seem to have cleared. Yeah, it's just for because the area I'm currently living in is actually in the basement of the current house I'm in. So we usually, if I want it to be kind of cool in my bedroom upstairs, I have to keep the heat kind of low. And because of that, it does get relatively cooler down here. So I just have a little heater in the corner to, rather than having to turn the furnace up and heat up upstairs, I can just turn that heat lamp on and it keeps it down here warm enough. But it's actually great being down here in the basement though, because it means in the summer it's way cooler. I basically seal off. We have a full floor to ceiling pull curtain on the staircase. Then in the summer we literally pull across and seal off this basement. It's so much cooler down here than it is upstairs in the summer. That attaches on the lower jaw. Yeah. That's that. Doesn't really have any eyes, does it? Oh, that's where the stickers go. So yeah, I'll probably get some red paint to paint there because it doesn't have the eyes. It must expect you to use the stickers to show them. It usually has like red eyes along right there. Yeah. That will. Where's that attached? Arm right there. What's kind of weird? Attachment points? Wait. Yeah, no, that's how it's supposed to attach. That's awkward. We'll see. Okay, but it actually doesn't have too much of an extending mechanic. Another model of this I had before actually had the arm extend quite a bit, which doesn't seem it does on this one. It seems like it mostly just has the jaws open up. Oh, it falls right off. Why is it attached to that, I wonder? It is proper. This arm wouldn't fit on here any other way. Just the angle just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Almost seems like it should be on the other side. Oh, I see. That elbow doesn't bend back very well. So if you wanted to, I see why it does it this way now. So when you have it raised like this, you can bend it down. Looks weird, weird still, but it doesn't look quite right. But yeah, I'll probably fiddle with this and see if I can get it at an angle I like off screen. Yeah. Let's get this hand on there, and that'll probably be it. Okay, so it basically flips out like this because you can store it in the up position you want. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just kind of reading through the instruction manual on how to transform this thing. Better understanding of why it's positioned how it is. Still don't quite agree with it. Definitely think should have been done in a different way that works a bit better. This like requires the arm to be like turned at a really weird angle. Oh well, it's something to him and haw about. Maybe think of a solution. I can modify this in some way to make it work. Oh yeah, matches. Well, it's matching up with the instruction manual, so I'm pretty sure conveniently covered the part of the arm. Let me take a look at the front picture here on the. Oh yeah, yep, that matches up with how the model looks on the thing. It's just angled. I see. Yep, that's how it's supposed to be. So it's not wrong for sure, but doesn't mean I have to like it. I'll probably come up with a way to modify this to be a bit more how I would like it to be, but it's not bad by any means. Okay, yeah, and then you can fold it and store it back like that a little bit. That doesn't look too bad. Yeah, it stores it behind the shoulder. So maybe that's why it's positioned like it is so it can like cleanly store behind the shoulder like that. But it's going to make it a pain to pose otherwise. But not exactly a deal breaker by any means. The rest of this model is pretty nice, especially in the colors. Which one of these fists do I need for grabbing? Nine and 10. Down here at the bottom. Attach these hands. Hold his spear and be done. Oh, absolutely. I appreciate it. Okay. Don't plan to hold anything in this hand right now, so we'll just put the fist on there. Yeah, it's the right hand. Can't really see it because it's blocking the shield, but I'm attaching his fist. There we go, fist attached on that side. The other side, we're going to be holding the spear for now. So. Get that thumbs out of the way to start. Gone wild. Okay, in the slot, bend the thumb down around it. Why are you grabbing it there? No, that's where the slots are. Oh, okay, see, I can adjust the angle a little bit. That's better. Yeah. Let me take off the stand for a second so I can get them in focus. Yeah, complete. Actually, look pretty spazzy. Nifty. What am I looking for being with that? Snazzy. That's the word I was going for. Snazzy. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not the happiest with this arm, but it's mostly how it attaches here. So I imagine I could probably figure out some custom solution somewhere. But not bad at all. Oh. Aha. Lost a detail piece. I did it when I was paying attention. Oh, direction. There. On the stand. Oh, I see what's happening. This little yellow piece is like catching on the edge of the stand when I lean him forward. It's popping it off. Just to make sure to leaning him forward. I just need to make sure to brace this piece. There we go. Yeah. Looking pretty good. Yeah, lighting's terrible right there. Oh, thanks, storyteller. I really appreciate that. It's something I was actually doing pretty good tonight at catching it every time I left the sheath for more than a little bit. But I don't want to accidentally poke myself. But yeah, another successful build. Only took me 2.5 hours longer than usual, but as I said, I wanted to finish this tonight. I'm happy I did. Actually, yeah, the more I look at it, the more I am kind of liking this model. But I'll try out some poses. Yeah, I'll turn my light off so you can... Actually, let's go to my... Oh, stream control to the tablet died. But yeah, it's been a ton of fun. Really enjoyed putting that together with everyone. I will be back on Thursday, I think. I think I'm going to keep trying. I'll pick up a couple more of these models and keep trying to do 2 of these building streams a week, because I had a lot of fun tonight. I want to keep doing this more than once a week. Yeah, let's gather up, clean some of these hairs out of here. See what it looks like at the end. And adhesive's using a scoop here somewhere. I don't see what I did. Nice. Light back on so we can actually see some of these colors. Yeah. Here's the color scheme for this week, for this model. But yeah, once again, everyone, thank you so much for joining me. It was great having you around while I finish this model. I'll be back again tomorrow at my usual stream time, 6 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, to probably play a bit more Oblivion is what I'm thinking. Until I come up with another short game to play, I'll probably still keep cracking away at that. So I'll be back tomorrow with that at that usual time, and I'll be back on... Yeah, that'd be good. I have a whole bunch of those upstairs in my bedroom. I'll grab one of those to come down and use for that. Great idea, storyteller. Yeah. As I said, I'm probably going to be posting that clip I showed of my Oblivion gameplay that I found pretty funny on my YouTube, and that'll be before the weekend probably, but no promises. I'm sure I'll show it off on stream once I finish it. Yeah, back on Thursday for more model building. Thank you everyone for joining me. I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening, and in case I don't see you again, lovely rest of your week. Take care, everyone.